Hello everybody, this is Esoteric Astrology adventure number 75, and we are in the Sagittarius chapter. We had reached a page, almost to page 192, and we were just reading the idea of the detriment of Mercury in Sagittarius. We realized there are no falls, or no great falls at least, within Sagittarius, and there is no exaltation, this being a sign of temperament and of the balance of the archer as he pursues his goal in a steady manner. Even when he rides upon the horse, he has to have an exquisite type of poise in order to loose his arrow properly at his target. Mercury, which is the expression of the fourth ray, certainly in its soul nature, and also the god of the mental processes, probably 5 levels of the mind are involved, has his power definitely lessened in this sign, and this for 2 reasons, esoterically speaking. Now, we did discuss the idea of whether there really was a lessening of the power of Mercury. There's certainly a lessening of the power of Mercury, considering it as the planet of the concrete mind, which is its lowest level of expression. But when we begin to consider the sun of mind, the abstract mind, the transcendental or intuitive mind, and the atmic or nirvanic mind of expressed will, then we cannot necessarily say that Mercury has its power lessened, but certainly in the conventional sense it does. Now we have reached page 192, and we are going to look at the Tibetans' reasons for considering that the power of Mercury is lessened. First, the disciple has definitely to cease identifying himself with either his own human personality, which is in a way ruled by the fourth ray generically because of the composite of the 4 elemental lives. So he has to cease identifying himself either with his own human personality and processes or with the human kingdom, which is most definitely ruled by Mercury, in relation to Scorpio in this case, prior to taking initiation. So the human personality is in a way detrimented. Mercury as the human personality is detrimented, and Mercury as the human kingdom is detrimented. So prior to taking initiation, the method of identification in the human being changes, and he begins to identify more as a soul or incipient solar angel on the higher mental plane than he does as a 4-fold human being in the 3 lower worlds. His emphasis is for the future to be upon the spiritual soul, i.e. not the human soul within the lower 3 worlds, and the 5th kingdom in nature, that is the kingdom of souls, the kingdom of which the majority of masters are a member, and the kingdom of which he, as a soul, is a member. In Sagittarius, he begins to express this first stage. He's no longer identifying himself strictly as a human being or as a human personality. He's beginning to identify himself more as a soul, and this can even take place at the first initiation, which is the entry into the kingdom of souls. And we remember that Sagittarius rules initiates of the first 2 initiations. It rules in a way much more than that, but certainly there is that keen aspirational nature which is characteristic of initiates of the first 2 initiations. So this involves a complete withdrawal in the personality sense from the form side of life. And of course, we realize that Sagittarius as the power of abstraction, which is why it is so identified with the abstract mind and with distance, shall we say, the power to pull back and to see all things en large, which means to see the personality as a smaller thing than it is up close. This again entails at a certain point of crisis, a point of balance. This is interesting. The individual has to have a very keen sense of what he is and what he is not, and slowly through the power of abstraction in Sagittarius, he leaves behind his sense of closeness to the personality elementals, and he has to keep his balance within his own soul nature in order to do this. In other words, the human soul begins to identify as the soul on its own plane. So this, you can see that when DK gives esoteric reasons for the detriment of a planet, he is thinking in terms of the pairs of opposites of the personality nature and the soul nature. He's not thinking about the usual meaning of the detriment. I mean, the usual meaning can be that the early Sagittarian is not logical and is leaping from point to point without true reasonableness. Of course, the higher expression here is that he has the intuition which allows him to leap to conclusions with accuracy. In the early days of Sagittarius, he simply leaps to conclusions, and there may be no accuracy at all, and he will be more opinionated. Okay, so now we're looking at the second reason why the power of the mind is falling, or not falling, but in detriment in Sagittarius. The power of the mind having been developed and tested and found true in the Scorpio. Now let us remember how important Mercury is in relation to Scorpio. It is the hierarchical ruler, but it's involved in more than simply hierarchical processes. It's involved in controlling the emotions, mental control of the emotions, and it's involved in achieving a degree of illumination. In the 5 stages of meditation, Scorpio rules illumination, Leo concentration, Virgo meditation, Libra contemplation, and as a result of that contemplation comes in Scorpio illumination, and then finally Sagittarius inspiration, and I guess we can go on and we could say Capricorn initiation and so forth. We've discussed this before. It's interesting that Scorpio, which is so often a sign of darkness and death, as the Tibetan speaks of it, brings that quality of darkness to veil ignorance and produce instead the light that you would expect to be found in its opposite sign, Taurus. So often the opposite signs do produce similar results. At first they are contrasted, but eventually they produce similar results. For instance, when you're looking at Gemini and Sagittarius, the so-called scattering effect of Gemini is much overcome in the later evolution, and both rule the antikarana. Both Gemini rules the connectivity of the antikarana, the interdimensional connectivity, we might say, and Sagittarius rules the art of projection into the higher dimensions. So we can study the opposite signs as if they can achieve similar objectives, and they do come together. The pairs of opposites do meet, although they may emphasize different aspects of the same objective to be achieved. So we're talking about the detriment of Mercury in Sagittarius. The power of the mind having been developed and tested under very dire circumstances where the emotions and the other elementals are fully rebellious, and the power of the mind has to subdue them, even subdue itself in a way when it is the soul illumined mind. The higher mind influence has to subdue the lower mind influence, and found true in the sign Scorpio, begins to wane in its activity, I would say in its cogitative activity, in its reasoning activity, and the intuition begins to take its place. And so we know that we do not have to go through the process of reasoning and cogitation to arrive at a true answer or revelation. The mind can become illumined directly, and this is called straight knowledge. This is essential before the sign Capricorn is entered by the disciple and preparation for initiation begins. Well, in a way, there is preparation for initiation even in Sagittarius, but it is largely concerned with the initiations of the threshold. And in Sagittarius also, in a higher sense, you can begin to prepare for the initiatory experience in Capricorn, as I did explain yesterday when looking at the powers of the third degree, in which we have integration and science and direction, all of which can be related to Sagittarius. Sagittarius brings in the fifth ray. It is certainly that kind of alignment which produces integration, and of course it is maybe the major sign of direction, all of this leading to the third degree. I think what's important to realize is where your subject is standing. You know, you can be doing the horoscope of a stone, of an organization, of an animal, of a human being at many different stages of evolution. Let's just say we're working with people. Where really is your subject standing? And without knowing that, we just don't know how accurately to interpret the chart. So let's just say that we should meet a person in person, or maybe through a Skype call or some kind of contact where we can see the individual and can have a conversation with that person and begin to understand the level of their desires and objectives, which will so often reveal the stage of evolution at which they stand, and as will their accomplishments in relation to those desires and objectives. Okay, you know, the great science of all sciences, just the ABCs, this is what we're dealing with. As regards the three decanates of Sagittarius, Saphariel gives us the three governing planets as Mercury, the Moon, and the Sun. Now, that is not necessarily, let's see if that is in order. That's not necessarily in order. Let us check here in this landscape view of the decanates. And here we are with Sagittarius. Yes, we do have Venus, Mercury, Moon, and then, well, okay, you see, this is interesting. It would normally be, let me put this into there. It's just a little better in that way. Now I'll widen it out just slightly. Okay, we have Venus, Mercury, the Moon, and Moon has the least period around the Earth, and so then we would normally go back to Saturn, but we have here the Sun, and I'm not sure if Saphariel does give the Sun. He is not following the normal procedure, because once you reach the Moon, you begin going backwards to the conventional planet with the greatest period around the geocentric Earth, and that would be Saturn. So I have both here Saturn and the Sun, but since the Tibetan did say the Sun, we will keep the Sun. The Sun definitely does show up in Alan Leo's casting of the decanates. All right, so let's take a look here. And while we're here in the map, we do see that Alan Leo gives Jupiter, because, you know, the Sagittarius part is definitely ruled by conventional Jupiter, and then we're in the Sagittarius Aries part, ruled by Mars, and then the Sagittarius Leo part, ruled by the Sun. And pretty much the Tibetan is following the Allen Leo assignments. It looks like Jupiter, Mars, and the Sun. Here we have reversed the decanates, because we know that the Sagittarian or any other sign type will, on the wheel of form, we will enter the sign in the clockwise manner. So in a way, he's entering through the Sun for the first decade, Mars for the second, and Jupiter for the third. And here, Nicholas Nilen, who is a very fine theorist on all of these matters, he is pretty well following what Cephariel has said, if my chart is correct. Nicholas and I have worked on these things, and we have approached these charts according to the light within us, and sometimes we have differences of opinion, but most of the time I think we're pretty much in agreement on these matters. Okay, so let's see here. Cephariel gives us the three planets as Mercury, the Moon, and the Sun. The only, as I say, the only place where I would have some question here is that once we reach the Moon, we do have to go back out to the orbit of Saturn, and Saturn and the Sun are very contradictory in certain respects. Whilst Allen Leo gives us Jupiter, Mars, and the Sun, emphasizing, as he always does, the way of the esotericist. Now, basically what DK is saying, it's not so much that Allen Leo is emphasizing the way of the esotericist in general, and that Cephariel is not. I think what Allen Leo, what DK is saying, is that the Chaldean system is not as esoteric, usually, although in some cases like Gemini and Cancer it is, but that the Hindu system, which Allen Leo adopts, is more esoteric. Basically, Allen Leo and Cephariel are simply following ancient systems, but I think DK didn't necessarily want to get into that. He just associates those systems with the name Allen Leo and with Cephariel. He usually tunes in on the esoteric significance, but not always. Jupiter gives expansion, superseding Mercury. For the mercurial mind is ever a limitation, is ever a limitation, even if only a temporary one. Well, how do we see this here? We see the contrast between Allen Leo's and Cephariel's Mercury. They are both in the same decanate when we number these decanates from 0 to 30. Now, as I've often stated, I don't think Cephariel had in his mind the idea of the reversal of the wheel, so that when he gave a decanate ruler, he was simply thinking of going in the counterclockwise direction from 0 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30 of a sign. Anyway, Jupiter is superseding Mercury. These are two planets on the mutable cross, and they both can be Buddhic in their nature. They both can indicate intuition, but here I think Mercury is more the concrete mind, and Jupiter is more the vision of intuition. And even if they were both indicating intuition, which in the case of Cephariel I don't think they are, Jupiter would give a more holistic view of that which was intuited, and Mercury would relate more to the intricate relationships within that whole. Okay, I'm going to kind of go back and forth here. So Jupiter gives expansion, superseding Mercury. For the mercurial mind is ever a limitation, even if only a temporary one. Well, it's a great sign of progress in one respect for the person who is moving away from emotional polarization, but the mind is, in a certain respect, the slayer of the real, and the mercurial mind can generate many thought forms which are an illusory layer upon true reality. Jupiter is a clearer type of intuitive vision of reality. So Jupiter supersedes Mercury, even when the decanates are not being considered backwards and forwards, but just in that very first decanate. The moon, which is Cephariel's designation for the second decanate of Sagittarius, the Aries decanate, gives place to Mars, which is the exoteric ruler of that decanate, which confers the quality of devotion and the capacity to fight for the ideal. You know, we do notice that many Sagittarians are very body conscious, we might say. Now we can relate this to the esoteric rulership of Earth, in which the etheric body is reconditioned, but we can also, when we look at the 5 non-sacred planets, we can realize that they are all assigned to different layers of the personality. The moon to the dense physical vehicle. Earth, also non-sacred, to the etheric vehicle. Mars to the astral vehicle particularly, and Pluto with its strong mental component to the concrete mind. I mean, you could ask whether Pluto and Mars could be reversed, and in a way they could, because Pluto has a connection with the astral vehicle and with the dimension in mythology we know as Hades, which is really the astral plane and probably not necessarily the higher levels of the astral plane, and Mars rules the 5 senses and the concrete mind, so it's possible to reverse those two. And then we come to the Sun, which rules the integrated personality, the ahamkara of it. So we see the 5 non-sacred planets in connection with the 4 layers of personality. If we split the dense physical and the etheric, then we get Moon, Earth. Of course, Moon and Earth are really still parts of the the planetary scheme of Earth. They're in the Earth scheme, even though the moon, whatever being the moon lord was, is no longer associated with that dense vehicle we call the moon, but has in a way moved over and shares space with the Lord of the Earth chain. And so the Moon Chain Lord and the Lord of the Earth chain are pretty much sharing the field in the 4th or Earth chain. So the Moon gives place to Mars, which confers the quality of devotion and the capacity to fight for an ideal. Now this is interesting because when we connect the 3 extra zodiacal constellations that are associated with Sagittarius, which would be Lyra, or the falling falcon, or the falling gripe, as it is called, a kind of bird, falcon-like bird. That's the first. And then Ara, the altar, signifying great devotion, is found in the 2nd decanate. And then, well, is it true, really? The great dragon, Draco the dragon, which is such a superior constellation in a way, it is found in relation to the 3rd decanate. So the moon, which is just gravitating towards the physical activity with which Sagittarius of all the 3 fire signs is the most attuned, gives place to Mars. Mars also rules the physical body, but it rules the quality of devotion which the moon does not. This idealistic concept and method of work is always the characteristic of discipleship during the early stages of unfoldment upon the path. Okay. Okay, so this quality of devotion we're speaking about in relation to Mars, and we know how important Mars is in relation to Sagittarius, which was in the sky quite a warlike figure, quite a god of war in the old days, responding to its Martian quality. Sometimes we might wonder why Jupiter should not be the final ruler there, and Mars the hierarchical ruler, but so it goes that it is not. And we have a non-sacred planet as the hierarchical ruler and a very sacred planet as the orthodox ruler. Of course, this happens in Pisces as well. Interesting, because of the relationship between those two signs. They would both begin with Jupiter as an exoteric ruler and end with one of the non-sacred rulers, Mars or Pluto. This idealistic concept and method of work is always the characteristic of discipleship during the early stages of unfoldment upon the path, a great devotion. And so I think we find that many six-ray souls, not all certainly, are in that stage, that early stage of unfoldment upon the path, and are characterized by great devotion to their objective, even if the objective is rather narrow. The sun, okay, now we copy here, the sun typifying the solar angel remains constant both through the exoteric and esoteric processes. Definitely the Tibetan meant to write this. He definitely is assuming that, or knowing, that Safariel has given the sun as the ruler of the third decanate. But the problem here is, as I say, it's not in order. So the Tibetan must know something that I don't know. I haven't studied the Chaldean assignments, so we'll just go with what he says. The sun remains constant, typifying the solar angel, both through the exoteric and esoteric processes, and therefore astrology recognizes it as a constant pressure and presence. What a way to think of the solar angel, and I think what a very accurate way to think of it, a constant pressure and presence. I suppose the pressure of solar angel will be felt before its presence is acknowledged. And of course, even its pressure increases as one moves through the stages of aspiration and probation and discipleship and accepted discipleship. The pressure increases. So we know when we are off the mark and deviating from the solar design, if we fall back and begin to respond to the lunar way of life, we feel that kind of dissonance within ourselves and have to get back on the path, back on the mark, which Sagittarius represents. We cannot deviate, because when we fall off the path, we feel the dissonance and the pressure of the solar angel to get back on that one-pointed path. So this fact in itself indicates a significant truth. I mean, the solar angel is active in the life of the individual from the very moment of individualization, though perhaps not much sensed, although HPB said that early Lemurian man was very much aware of the presence of his inner God, and perhaps that faded in later Atlantean times and in Aryan times as the mind grew, but there was a sense of awe in relation to this inner God, says HPB. So this fact in itself, that the sun remains the same, indicates a significant truth. If it should be Saturn, well, there certainly is the karmic pressure that Saturn applies, and Saturn is the lord of the physical plane, and especially in a way of the dense physical plane, which Sagittarius of all the fire signs is most related to. The soul remains eternally present. This is how DK explains the similarity between the Safarielian, the Safariels, decanates, and Alan Leos. The soul remains eternally present in the past, in the present, and on into the future, which Sagittarius so much represents. Okay. Okay, hopefully we are not experiencing degraded audio here. Every once in a while, GoToWebinar comes in with that cheerful and friendly announcement, and one has, in a way, no choice but to go on. Okay, now let's, before going to the very end of the Sagittarian chapter, let's take a look here. We do see that the constellation Lyra, or the falling gripe, or the falling falcon, has been theorized, at least, as being connected with the first decan of Sagittarius. There's something about the guitar, the harp, the sevenfold sounds, which are Jupiterian and uplifting in nature. Aura the altar, yes, as I stated, the second decanate, and Draco the dragon. And it says as well, Corona Australis, the southern crown. One wonders whether this in some way can be connected with the base of the spine center, because certainly Draco is. Draco, we are told, has a great seventh-ray component, but also a significant Buddhic component. It's the source of Buddhi to the Pleiades, either all of them or some of them, and it is occupying the place of cosmic Kundalini. And the northern crown would seem to be, in a way, the head center, and the southern crown, perhaps the base of the spine center, to be associated with Draco. Now, I'd like to turn to the sixfold development chart, which I created for some of the classes that we have in Finland. And this gives us the impression of going forward and backward in this fluid area of the decanates. Here we have the tabulation laid out in a different way, and we have 10 degrees, 0 to 10, 10 to 20, and 20 to 30 laid out here above, as you see. But there are different ways of moving, and the arrows indicate this. So if we have here the progress of the wheel of form, which is clockwise, and we have the progress of the wheel of consciousness. I'll take a look here at a diagram that Nicholas Millen has created, and we see in Sagittarius that the outer wheel is the wheel of consciousness, and the inner wheel, the wheel of form. That's the way he set it up. So we have Jupiter, Mars, and the Sun, and then he has a Mercury, the Moon, and Sun, just as DK described it for Safariel. He has not reversed them. Sometimes the theorist Stephen Pugh, and this is his diagram, have reversed these. In Sagittarius, he has, let's see, how does this go? The outer wheel is the ordinary wheel. He does it differently from Nicholas. So the inner wheel is, the reversed wheel, and he does Jupiter, Vulcan, and Mars. This is very different from what the Tibetan gives. The Tibetan most definitely gives Jupiter, Mars, and the Sun. Now, in the case of Stephen Pugh, with the outer wheel as being ordinary, he does an exact reversal of what the Tibetan gives, and he gives Mars, Sun, and he gives Sun, Mars, and Jupiter. So this would be the exact reversal of what the Tibetan gave, that reversal being part of the wheel of form. As I say, I don't think anyone has the last word on these matters. They certainly have good reasons by which they justify these things, but there is nothing final to be said at this time. The thing that I also want to emphasize is that all of these extra zodiacal constellations, I've said it before, do apply to anyone born in Sagittarius, but to a lesser degree, perhaps, if you are born in a decanate which is not associated with that particular extra-zodiacal constellation. And yet, this is still theoretical, we must realize. This assigning of the constellations to the particular decanates. There are legitimate differences among reasonable theorists. Now, okay, you know how I've done this before. I've shown the arrows, and the arrows are moving towards the personality integration. And then we have arrows moving in the counter. Well, actually, I've had to do it this way so that the arrows move from 30 to 20, 20 to 10, 10 to 0. They're not, quite, all of the arrows in a way are moving in the counterclockwise direction, but these three up here represent clockwise motion and entering the sign from 30. Here is the conventional motion that most astrologers follow, and this is definitely for the progressing individual, says Master DK, and we start here entering from 0 to 10, 10 to 20, and 20 to 30. So we have taken the sidereal signs here, the Sun, Moon, and Mercury, but it's also possible to reverse this and to consider, in a way, since we go Jupiter, Mars, Sun, we could do Sun, Mars to be considered, and Sun, Mars to be considered, and Jupiter to be considered over here for the 10 to 0 decanate. We saw that Stephen Pugh did it this way. He did Sun, Mars, and Jupiter, and Nicholas Nillen worked with Sun, the Moon, and Mercury. Everyone agrees, however, I think, well, at least the Tibetan states, that when we're dealing with a clockwise wheel and moving towards soul infusion, we use Jupiter, Mars, and the Sun. Okay. Now notice that in all the fire signs, a combination of Jupiter, Mars, and the Sun are found ruling the decanates. In Aries, it's Jupiter, Sun, Mars. In Leo, it is Mars, Sun, Jupiter. And in Sagittarius, it's Jupiter, Mars, Sun. That in itself is interesting and tells us about the somewhat fiery nature of the planets involved. Okay, and this in here is a simple statement of Alan Leo's and Safariel's decanates. Now, the way I've divided this chart, of course, you can simply, if you want to study these things, all you have to do is just freeze the screen. And then if I've glossed over something relatively rapidly, there it will be frozen for you, so you can study it if you wish. Now, the way I've done this is I've talked about the different stages. And we're not so interested in the strictly physical or Lemurian stage, the strictly Atlantean or emotional stage, or the early phases of the Aryan stage, which has a mental focus. We're interested more in applying this information at least to the aspirant who is integrating his personality and reorienting his personality, and is therefore, in a way, on the reversing wheel. He's reorienting his personality aspirationally, and then in the second decanate, he's the disciple who is gaining mental control, and in the third decanate, he is someone who is bringing the spirit in. Now, remember, I think it's obvious and can be proven that no matter what decanate you may be born in, you can be at any of the 6 stages of development. You can be a Lemurian man, Atlantean, early Aryan. You can be the aspirant. You can be the disciple. and you can be the soul-infused individual responding to the spirit, born in any of the decanates. So it is not to be decided that because you are born in a particular decanate, you are at a certain stage of evolution. That would be, I think, a mistake. Also, we look at, independently of the decanates, we look at three phases of rulership. Jupiter is the orthodox ruler, and it operates for a long time until the individual is truly becoming soul infused. Then the Earth takes over, and finally we have Mars as the ruler of the decanate, which indicates that not only are you becoming soul infused, but you are becoming spirit infused in your soul nature. So now let's, you can study this, and I can send this to you. I can go through this slowly enough for you to freeze the screen and study it if you wish. At any point you could freeze the screen and study this. So I'll go through slowly enough so that is possible. Here's the emotional phase. We're still under Jupiter as the exoteric ruler. Sometimes it is interesting what is said, I think. So, you know, for instance, in the strictly Lemurian stage, if we look at what Jupiter can mean, it is a wonderful esoteric planet. But under the influence of lower Jupiter, we have the primitive instinct-driven man seeking full gratification of the instinctual nature. He is the centaur, an animal as much as a man, and under the lower meaning of the falling gripe or vulture, he grasps what he wants gluttonously. We know that Jupiter is associated with excess and with gluttony. His sacral center is highly stimulated. We understand the Sagittarius rules the sacral center in general, as well as the ajna. He covers ground rapidly in search of satiation. He is the hunter conditioned by the evolutionary theme, let food be sought. I think that's interesting, and you can go into the details yourself later as you wish. This is not strictly the Tibetans' material, so I don't spend as long on it. In the emotional or Atlantean stage of consciousness, you're still under the orthodox ruler Jupiter. Remember, Jupiter is not all high and wonderful things. It is the satisfaction of desire, whether that desire is low or whether it is high. So during the emotional phase of development, and still ruled by lower Jupiter, the undeveloped man, I'll better put that in, the undeveloped man seeks to expand his range of gratifications and fulfillments of his astral body. He seeks a widened scope of pleasurable sentient contacts, and we are told that the undeveloped man in Sagittarius demonstrates self-centeredness. He's centered very much in his desire nature, and the experimental approach, this is in Esoteric Astrology 333. This applies both to emotionally polarized Sagittarian and to those who are beginning to develop the concrete mind, but the astral body is still in control, of course, even while beginning to develop the concrete mind. As Sagittarius brings in much sixth ray, the Sagittarian at the strictly, at the strictly emotional phase of the development is willing to go to inordinate lengths to acquire that which he envisions as desirable. So he sees what he wants and is motivated through desire to attain it. The solar plexus center under Mars, a planet important in Sagittarius, is highly activated, and rather than lay himself upon the altar of sacrifice, which is one of the higher meanings of Ara, the altar, he sacrifices others, animals and humans, to the satisfaction of his desire nature. Primitive religious instincts may appear at this phase. Okay, so I'm not really getting into the how this would change in every decanate. You can figure that out for yourself. Basically, we're dealing with the rulerships of the Sun over here from the 30 to 20. We're dealing with the Moon or Mars from 20 to 10. And we're dealing with Mercury or Jupiter from 10 to 0. Yeah, okay. Remembering, of course, that yeah, that is correct. Okay. Now we go on to the lower mental or lower personal phase. We're still under Jupiter because the lower mental man, who is beginning to focus his mind somewhat, and Sagittarius always gives the power of increasing focus, is not yet really a spiritual being. The Kama Manas, we have been told, is characteristic of Sagittarius, and we are still at that phase where Kama is strong and Manas is developing, and the fusion of the two is characteristic of the individual. So here, this is the ordinary man. As he's beginning to use his mind, he demonstrates a tendency to become more focused, and the fluidity and negativity of Pisces becomes concentrated upon the attainment of that which is desired, and he can use his mind to do that. The man demonstrates one-pointed selfish instincts. Though he may be, for instance, friendly and kind, this is what DK says, it is through a desire for popularity. There's the second ray coming in, and the love of being loved of Jupiter. There is a good expression of the individual. This is a good expression of the individual Sagittarian subject, and shows also the tendency of the soul to turn all evil eventually into good. The lessons of life are being learnt, and the experiment is going on. This is from Esoteric Psychology, Esoteric Astrology, page 118. Right around there, 118 and 119, you find a very useful tabulation that we have been through already, and it deals with the mutable cross, the individual moving clockwise on the mutable cross, and the individual moving counterclockwise on the mutable cross. So it is in this phase that DK's description of the undeveloped man in Sagittarius is particularly fitting. He demonstrates self-centeredness and the experimental approach. The cultivation of his concrete mind, now we remember that Mercury can be associated with that first decanates, even though in a way we would consider for such a person the Sun as the first decanates, but the 10 to 0 area is ruled by Mercury according to Safariel. The cultivation of his concrete mind under Mercury as the ruler of the third of the clockwise decanates makes experimentation possible. He can learn from his experience. He continues to seek a wider range of experiences under Jupiter, because we remember that Jupiter can also be considered as the ruler of the 0 to 10 when we are moving in the clockwise direction. There are many streams of energy brought in here to explain the dynamics of any particular section of the sign in which the man can be born. As his experiences widen, his mind broadens. He can include more of his environment and develop the ability to compare. So the widening of his understanding and context awakens Mercury, the power of comparison. He can apply his one-pointed mentality to the fulfillment of his desires. Okay, so that is kind of a discussion of the exoteric rulership of Jupiter in relation to the first 3 phases of personality development, which occur over such a very long time, really millions of years before a man can turn into an aspirant, and you might almost think, maybe some 20 million years in many cases. Okay, now, excuse me, we have reached a phase where we have the aspirational nature waking up, and it's the higher personal nature, and we are integrating the personality. In a way, we are still under the power of Jupiter, because Jupiter is not yet superseded. Okay, so Sagittarius is a sign fostering eventually coordination and integration. It represents alignment, bringing all things into a straight line, and we can see how doing that would facilitate the integration process. It greatly promotes the integration of the personality. Jupiter also is an integrative, coordinative influence. It is the force which brings all things together, we have been told. What is said about Sagittarius and the ordinary man still applies here. So let us see what is said about Sagittarius and the ordinary man. Even though we are integrating our personality and redirecting it, and in a sense we're on the counterclockwise wheel. Here the ordinary man begins to demonstrate the tendency to become more focused. We've discussed this. And the fluidity and negativity of Pisces become concentrated upon the attainment of that which is desired. The man demonstrates one-pointed selfish instincts, and though he may be, for instance, friendly in kind, it is through a desire for popularity. So he's still very self-centered, personally centered. This is a good expression of the individual Sagittarian subject, and shows also the tendency of the soul to turn all evil eventually into good, etc. But the factor of aspiration, and we can link Jupiter indeed to that uplifting sense of following a higher vision, which is aspiration. The factor of aspiration now emerges, and the integrated Sagittarian personality begins to reach beyond itself, which is another of those Jupiterian phases. It's not really right here for us yet to apply the esoteric ruler of Earth, because the man is not truly a disciple, but to a degree he's reaching out to more and more of the aspects of Earth, so his consciousness is being broadened. Not only is there solar plexus development, but ajna center activation, which increases the one-pointedness of the personality, because the power to focus is very much connected with the ajna center. Ajna center has many rays associated with it, but at a certain point also the sixth ray of vision. The urge to see that which lies beyond the present and limiting ring pass not grows. So he's interested in expanding his scope of experience and awareness, and this, of course, expands his consciousness. The influence of the Earth enters slightly, beckoning exploration, at least of our planet, and all of its many life forms, and the widening of horizons. We see, I like to call it the National Geographic consciousness, where we want to travel all over the Earth and find out what's going on in all the different areas and among the different groups of people, the nations, tribes, and so forth. It's an expansive consciousness which begins to take place under Jupiter, which is also the decanate ruler of the first decanate, as we will discuss. The Sagittarian at this stage is becoming the advanced man. And the following apply one-pointedness and directed approach. That we find on page 333 of Esoteric Astrology, where he discusses these different ways in which the people in the different signs respond according to their level of consciousness. Now, let's look at least some of this. We have the Jupiter, Mars, and the Sun, going Jupiter from 0 to 10 on the counterclockwise wheel. And if you are an aspiring individual, you are integrating your personality in a higher sense, you are orienting yourself towards something wider and better, how might this Jupiterian rulership work? Excuse me. Jupiter rules this decan and brings the broadening of the personality life and the elevation of aspiration. It's no longer strictly low desire, although the individual has not yet entirely solved the problem of low desire, because he's not a disciple or initiate. He's simply an aspirant and an advanced man, yet there is an elevation of aspiration. A generally positive and uplifting attitude towards life might be expected, perhaps initially with a selfish or personal motive, as we still are in a relatively personal phase, and we know that aspirants can certainly be selfish, even disciples can. A free-ranging and explorative attitude demonstrates. So under Jupiter incorporating more and more of one's environment, not only the external environment, but the internal environment, and then generally expanding the horizon and the scope of participation and the scope of vision. Expanding the consciousness is involved here. For the higher personal phase, which is leading into that of the aspirant. Now, when we get into the Mars phase for 10 to 20, we have increased personal commitment. Remember, we have aura of the altar here, and aspiration. Mars is fiery aspiration. Jupiter is the vision towards which aspiration aspires, the uplifting power of it. The man has some great objective towards which he focuses all his energies, and he's willing to fight his way there. There's a lot of battle in that second decade of Sagittarius. In this case, it's battle for what is right, for what is good, for what is seen as best. He is increasingly willing to sacrifice. Mars is a planet of heroic sacrifice, and aura of the altar is involved here. He is increasingly willing to sacrifice to fulfill his objective. He fights for his ideal. I think that's pretty straightforward. Of course, the thing we would have to do, to substantiate this is to go into the lives of famous people when their sun is in a particular decade, for instance, this decade, and see how the sub-quality of Mars might apply. Now, when you take a decade, you also have its first 5 degrees and second 5 degrees. Its day phase, so to speak, the positive day phase, and its night phase. It's more outward turning effort, and it's more inward turning orientation. And then, of course, we can divide things down into the Dwadashamshas, the 2.5 degree sections, each of them ruled by different planets, and get a further refinement. I guess, we can split many hairs in astrology. It's possible to become extremely detailed in our analysis. But what is more important, I would say, is to make sure that we have the essentials of our spiritual unfoldment in our minds, so we do not become lost in the details. My old teacher used to say, and I really understand him better now because I was so interested in astrology at the time, he said, well, it's best not to become too involved in the sideshow if you miss the main event. So no matter how much we become involved in the technicalities of astrology, we must keep the main event in mind. And that main event is liberation, identification, soul infusion, monadic destiny, all of those things. We have to follow the path which we as a soul have determined before birth. That is the most important thing. Okay, now the next decade, which is the 20 to 30 decade of the higher type of individual, is ruled by the sun, and the man exerts a positive influence under the sun. He is enthusiastic and inspiring to others. He warms them, the sunny disposition. He vitalizes them. He embodies a Leo sun. His vision, and Sagittarius, and can direct others, can illumine their path, and can reinforce their identity and why they should be treading that particular path. They look to him, they look to you, and you, I guess I'm using the second person here, and you direct, even if only as a personality. But let's just say that the sun power of the soul is coming in stronger here. Okay, so we have dealt with the fourth phase of development, which is aspirational. It's related to the higher personal and to integration and to the reorientation of the individual as a true aspirant. And I would say, Sagittarius is one of the major signs of aspiration. And so when you have an aspirant on Sagittarius, in Sagittarius, they really do aspire. Okay. I have many other things being said here, but I'll just go through them slowly here so you can freeze the screen if you wish to. Let's see here. Yeah, there we go. And if you don't wish to, you certainly don't have to. Okay, now we move on into a phase which is very important to us. We have now done 1 hour of work, so this is in a way the beginning of the second part of Esoteric Astrology Adventure number 75, and we're going on into the second hour of it. Now we are talking about the disciple, and he's coming more and more under the influence of the soul, and his mind is being more and more focused as an agent of the plan. As we discussed earlier, the Sagittarius can grasp the vision of the plan, which is the directing thought of the planetary logos. So now he's definitely coming under the influence of the esoteric ruler. I do not think that the exoteric ruler, Jupiter, ever quite abates. It's such an important planet, and I would think that throughout Sagittarius it is operative, always uplifting. It is in a way one of the most important planets in our solar system, most akin, most like the Sun in its ray structure, perhaps, powerful second ray soul of both the Sun and Jupiter. So, as DK has told us, we do not have the complete waning of any exoteric ruler, but the esoteric ruler makes of the exoteric ruler a kind of subset, and the energies are combined. So we should never say that simply because you are a disciple, you have lost the Jupiterian influence in Sagittarius. It still applies, and I would say tends to apply to the higher levels of your understanding. Okay, now so let's see what we have here under the Earth. The disciple in Sagittarius is now treading the path, definitely treading the path. The true disciple is an initiate of the first degree and is definitely on the path. And that path pretty much is a path that is trodden here on Earth through certain types of behaviors. With the feet of Pisces and the sort of locomotive thigh power of Sagittarius and the balance of Libra, not too far to the left or to the right, he is treading the path. Matter of fact, when you think about it, if you look at Libra as the balance between two opposites, we can see Sagittarius as the vector or straight line which rising draws the two opposites together, and in that way forming a kind of an arrow. Thus we can relate those two particular signs, Libra and Sagittarius, though unlike Sagittarius and Libra, there are definite falls and exaltations. The exaltation of Saturn and the the fall of Mars. No, that's the detriment. Okay, well, it's just skipping my mind for the moment. I'll come back to it. What is it that falls in Libra? Certainly Mars is found in it's the Sun. Yeah, okay. The Sun exalted in Aries and falling in Libra, where right human relations minimize the lower ego or ahamkara, which is one of the lower interpretations of the meaning of the Sun. So the disciple in Sagittarius is now treading the path. He is oriented towards elevating his energy system, his earth, as it were. His etheric nature is undergoing great changes. That etheric nature is ruled by the earth. The moon is ruling the outer form. Okay. And he's bringing it into a more ideal, there's that word again, six-ray Sagittarian word, bringing his earth nature into a more ideal condition. Of course, this we saw even in the early tendency towards exercise and yoga and all kinds of physical disciplines and strengthenings in Sagittarius. But now we have a definite cultivation of the vitality and of the etheric body and of the personality in general, represented by Earth as the collection of energies from a previous solar system, which have to be reoriented more towards the soul. So he's bringing his, so to speak, Earth into a more ideal condition. He's following the vision, which in general is presented by Jupiter, but it's also the vision of our planet as a sacred planet and of him as an individual, as a sacred individual. He's elevating his Earth into sacredness and contributing to the elevation of the planet Earth towards sacredness. Many people in Sagittarius have a great love of the Earth and all of its variety in nature and in peoples, and they are determined to have Earth come into its proper condition, which is a soul-guided condition. He is engaged in rendering the elemental nature sacred. Now, we saw that the moon was the ruler of the second decanates of Sagittarius, according to Saphariel, and that is the elemental nature which has to be elevated through the aspiration of Mars, also in the second decade. Mars is a very uplifting planet, and aspiration is a scientific method of elevation. So he wants to render his elemental nature sacred, and so for certain Sagittarian types, slothfulness and a poor condition of the physical body are not acceptable because they are not near the archetype which he envisions. He is engaged in rendering the elemental nature sacred and the Earth a sacred planet. The personality as a form aspires to the heavens. And we have learned, in the early Sagittarian type, they're very heaven-bound, as it were, determined to achieve heaven, that faraway place which is beautiful and ideal. So when you get a fundamentalist type with Sagittarius, they really have this upward looking heaven-bound type of aspiration. Now let's see, a bit more here, I think. He is learning to lay his prey, which is his lower nature, and you see that the swooping falcon, or the falling gripe, is swooping towards its prey, and from a heavenly perspective grasps that prey and can lay it upon the altar in the second decade. He is also learning to lay his prey, his lower nature, for he is the spiritual hunter now. He's not just hunting for food, he's hunting for that which has to be redeemed and uplifted upon the altar. He's the spiritual hunter. He lays his lower nature upon the altar, the pyre of self-immolation. Self-immolation is a method of the sixth ray for producing the liberation of the soul. So he is moving towards the burning ground, and he is putting all that is unworthy upon the burning ground. The unworthy is in his grip as the falcon. The falling gripe or falcon, which is the symbol of the spirit as hunter, can then swoop down and bear the personality to heaven. Bear the personality to heaven, so that one day the disciple can become a lesser dragon of wisdom under the influence of Draco. Of course, on the way to heaven, you have to purify. It's interesting that Draco is very much in the heavens. As you look up in the night sky, even though Draco represents Kundalini, you're not going to find Draco in the lower part of the heavens, at least in the northern hemisphere. You're going to find it in the upper part of the heavens, and it winds its way between the Great Bear and the Little Bear, and around the pole star. So in a way, it represents the highest heavens towards which Sagittarius aspires, if the purification upon the altar can be successful. In other words, we don't go straight from the heavens, rather straight from grasping the prey straight to the heavens. No, we have to lay the earth of man upon the burning ground, upon the altar, and then carry it to the heavens. What is said here further about Sagittarius in a more elevated manner, Sagittarius upon the reversed wheel. This is now the sign of the one-pointed disciple. It's really worth reading those paragraphs from page 118 through about page 121, right in there, of this book. This is now the sign of the one-pointed disciple. The life of fluid response to matter, which is Piscean, becomes that of a focused response to spirit and preparation for initiation in Capricorn. Sagittarius may learn everything about what must be done in Capricorn, but in Capricorn under karmic Saturn and dharmic Saturn lies the doing of those things. The arrow of the mind is projected unerringly towards the goal, and there's where the fifth ray comes in, because there's great accuracy. DK has told us about the fifth ray being involved in that aspect of the war which he calls artillery, and I suppose archery is involved as well. And we can well understand that in all instances of letting loose a projectile, Sagittarius is involved, whether it's archery, whether it's the firing of large guns, the artillery, or whether it's rocketry. We can see Sagittarius involved in all cases, and the need for the utmost fifth ray precision, the fifth ray coming through Sagittarius, can be well understood. All right, so, we're entering the disciplic phase here, aren't we? And Sagittarius, we are told, is the sign of the one-pointed disciple. So Earth is connected with the etheric body and the moon with the dense physical body. And here we're definitely reorienting the ethers, but at the same time we are vitalizing the outer physical body and purifying and sanctifying what we can call our Earth. So now let's move up and take a look at some of the possible meanings of the three decanates upon the counterclockwise wheel. We review that Jupiter rules the first 10 degrees, Mars the second 10 degrees, and excuse me, and the Sun or the solar angel, or even the monad, the last 10 degrees. The Sun has such a ubiquitous meaning. It has a great variety of meanings, and we can find it all the way from representing every chakra and every jewel within every chakra to the personality, to that which is found as the soul, the sunflower of our life, the egoic lotus, and all the way on up to the greatest source of radiance within us, the monad. The Sun has many, many meanings, and we have to interpret it properly if we can. So now here we're in the Jupiterian decanate, 0 to 10, for the person who is the true disciple and is becoming soul-infused. He is on the path and has taken, I do believe, the first initiation. Otherwise he would not be the true disciple. He may not yet be the accepted disciple, but he's on his way. The disciple's consciousness is rapidly expanding, especially with regard to inner things. The outer quest, which is typical of Sagittarius, may continue, but there's always an inner meaning applied to what is seen in the outer sense. He speaks the truth. Now that is a great Sagittarian theme, the truth. Just as lying in the earlier days can be a Sagittarian liability. The hunter's tale, the fish tail, how big was that elk that you shot? How big was that fish that you caught? Exaggeration is a problem for Sagittarius, but not later, when the fifth ray comes in. He speaks the truth, that is, his words are in harmony with the truth. Now, take a look here at Lyra, the first decade. The whole idea of the 7 strings in the guitar or the bow or the harp, are there, and your words must ring true with these true fundamental sounds that come from the divine harp. Now we're looking at the first decade associated not so much with the falling gripe, but with the falling gripe in its other guise as the lyre, as the seven-stringed harp, displaying the seven rays, the seven major vibrations and colors, and our words must ring true with the heavenly harmonies. Remember also that Sagittarius brings in the fourth ray constellationally, the ray of harmony. He is animated by a vision, always a Jupiterian word. He's animated by a vision and pursues the vision one-pointedly. He has learned to gather his forces by the time he is a mentally focused disciple, guided perhaps by the intuition. He has the power to uplift the vision of those who listen to his words. This is something that Jupiter confers. He has the gift of speech. And this is Lyra, conferring the gift of speech and oftentimes magical speech, or what we call incantation. So this is a very positive decade. Everything about the disciple's life is expanding. The abstract mind is coming into view. The Antikarana is in process of being built, and an entirely wider world of experience and vision is being offered. The horizons are expanding under Jupiter, and the travel, so typical of Sagittarius, the enlarging of the sphere of experience may be occurring in the inner worlds, as well as the outer, but certainly in the inner worlds now. All right, now we have Mars. It's a non-sacred planet, but it does belong to discipleship. Mars and Aura, the altar. The disciple is burning with zeal and the spirit of self-sacrifice. The zeal comes from Mars and the spirit of self-sacrifice from Aura, the altar. And we do realize that Sagittarius has more of the sixth ray at this time in this world cycle than any other constellation. So in a way, there's something about this central decade which is very much attuned to the major ray which Sagittarius is presently displaying. Now, we'd have to do a little research here to see whether the most zealous of Sagittarians are found in the second decade, and this would also relate, of course, to what may be the rays of their ray chart, regardless of what decade they're born in. But all of this is for future research. He brings his life to the altar, but his sacrifice is not yet complete. He moves rapidly towards his goal, and Mars gives that rapidity, so does the sixth ray. DK tells us of the sixth ray, it's associated with running, run not so straight. He moves rapidly towards his goal and crosses many burning grounds through his devotion, through his zeal. He's willing to walk through fire to reach his goal. So, you know, we do have fire walkers among us, and I would wonder how prominent is Mars or Sagittarius in this fire walking. The idea of fire walking is keep your eye on the objective and do not let your consciousness dwell upon the hot coals that you are traversing. So a rapid progress across the hot coals in this second decade can be expected. The disciple will make rapid progress because he is mentally focused and will-driven, and he sees a vision which is inspired by the intuition which is increasingly accessible as he rises through the different stages of human development. Now, we are dealing with the disciple and the soul-infusing personality. We're not yet the initiate. We're not yet the initiate of the third degree here. But the sun is the ruler of the third decade. The sun, in this case, associated with Draco the dragon. The disciple is illumined, well, relatively illumined at least, illumined mind by the intuition. He sees a vision and moves towards it with positivity. He directs others with authority. He's called the guardian of the gate, and he is the director. This we learn in Esoteric Astrology, page 333. He directs others with authority because he has the authority of the soul coming increasingly into expression within his nature. So you have the positivity of the solar angel expressing through your consciousness. And in that way you feel very well guided indeed, because you recognize yourself as the soul-infused personality, and you recognize that the solar angel is a definite, real presence. You are increasingly the light of the path, or light on the path for others. So you are a point of luminosity, you are a beacon, you are a watchtower, a lighthouse, as it were, and you can, with authority, direct others upon the path, because, in a way, you, through the sun, you embody the results of treading the path with earnestness, a dedication, and without deflection. Okay, so now, and you know, you can study these things here by just freezing whatever passes. I've tried to look at it from all the different angles. Naturally not succeeding, but there's so many energies to be combined, and not only are the number of energies many and their interactions complex, but so much depends on the form of the individual, its condition, how he responds to those energies. Finally, we reach the last of the 6 phases, which is usually associated with the last decanate, but remember that you can be an individual of any degree of spiritual advancement and be born in any of the decanates. I think we always have to be careful about making reality fit a mentally conceived theory. I mean, we may be able to divide the clockwise and counterclockwise decanates into 6 parts, and we may say, okay, Lemurian, Atlantean, early Aryan, aspirant, disciple, initiate. We can say that. But then we have to observe reality. We have to realize that reality is not quite so willing to conform to our particular mental formulations. Yes, each one of those decanates may suggest something of the physical, emotional, mental, aspirational, soul, culture, spirit culture modes. Yes, each one may suggest something of that, but a rigid placing of any individual into a particular category of evolution because he is born in one of those decanates or with the rising one of those decanates, that I think is not justifiable. And I think that a research into the stages of evolution of the human being will demonstrate this to be the case. We now come to that 6th level, which is triadal or monadic. It is the stage of the initiate, and it is, at least conceptually, correlated with the 3rd or sun decanate of Sagittarius, where presumably the soul as the sun shines with complete radiance, and even the monad as the sun begins to make its presence felt. So it's under Mars as the hierarchical ruler. Now, this does not mean, again, that we have abandoned the influence of Jupiter, that we have abandoned the influence of the Earth, our own planet, but that these two become less focal and Mars, in a way, more focal. Mars, a non-sacred planet, Mars, a fiery planet, Mars having to do with the entire reorientation of the astral nature so that the lunar lords begin to ascend and become, instead of elementals, devas in their own right, and the intuition takes over, the Buddhic nature takes over entirely from the aspiring emotional nature. We fire the arrow of aspiration, and it returns as the truth of straight knowledge, the intuition. So what is said here? The initiated disciple has passed the 3rd degree. This is always the case when dealing with true initiation, not just initiations of the threshold. The initiated disciple has passed the third degree. As he advances, he will become the director of men. We began to see that in the other stage, the preceding stage, the stage of discipleship, where there was mental focus and the will is increasingly focused. He becomes the director of men and the controller of the gate presumably to initiation. He allows, as the master does, certain members to pass into the greater light and others are held back, which seem like the prerogatives of the master, the director of men and the controller of the gate. Progress along the path. How wide should the channel to the higher energies be? I'm remembering a discussion that DK talked about between himself and Master KH in relation to Roberto Assagioli. Was the channel to be widened any more than it already was? And they decided at the time that he was already sufficiently sensitive, sufficiently receptive. There was no need for the widening of the channel. But one can understand under Sagittarius that the pathway into the heavens could be widened and more energy could pour down that antichoronic sutratmic path. So there are many subtle things connected here when we're talking about the controller of the gate to greater descending energy. Mars is the hierarchical ruler, and it controls the entirely reoriented lunar nature. In other words, the moon, in a way, and both Mars as well, stand for the personality as a whole, and it is now completely reoriented. It is no longer given to its ancient prerogatives. There is complete discipline of the lunar nature, which is entirely reoriented towards the sun, we might say. So the ancient authority of the personality is rapidly ending. As a matter of fact, DK says it ends at the third initiation. The hierarchical ruler controls the entirely reoriented lunar nature, which is now the one-pointed instrument of the soul-centered initiate, no longer that self-centeredness, centered in the lower self, no longer this kind of fourth-ray preoccupation with the lower nature. No, there is a higher reorientation and a preoccupation with the soul on its own plane. Fire by friction is entirely under the direction of solar fire, and electric fire, see what's happening here, electric fire is summoning the rising of the Kundalini needed for the long spiritual journey he envisions. Now, aspiration is a scientific method of elevation. We are always speaking of the Kundalini being elevated. Sagittarius has something to do with this. Mars rules Kundalini latent, and Mercury, which is also associated with Sagittarius, speeds that fire upon the upward way, creating in the energy system a complete aspirational burning ground. This is what Mars can do, setting all energies and centers into a higher state of stimulation, raising the fire towards its objective, which is the crown center ultimately, the center of will at the base of the spine, rising in a directed, fiery manner towards the center of purpose, which is the crown center. So the man is on fire. Under Mars, the initiate has the courage, that's a Martian virtue, to penetrate into the higher realms towards Mount Olympus. Not Mr. Olympus here. What have we got here? Towards Mount Olympus, which is, of course, the head and the head center, where Jupiter reigns, the god Jupiter. So again, we're coming back to Jupiter, Mars leading into Jupiter, even though Jupiter is the exoteric ruler of Sagittarius. In the last analysis, I think it's probably the most important planet connected with Sagittarius. He is on his way to becoming a lesser dragon of wisdom under the influence of the constellation Draco. Draco is the great dragon of wisdom, the great cosmic dragon of wisdom. Our planetary logos is a dragon of wisdom, and a master is a lesser dragon of wisdom. He's on his way to becoming a lesser dragon of wisdom who can cooperate in bringing the earth towards a state of sacredness. I think we can understand how Draco is involved in sacralizing the earth. Okay, so let's see. This is generally under the esoteric rulership of, the hierarchical rulership of Mars. So now we begin again with the first decanate, 0 to 10. It's all under Mars in a sense, but not leaving out the other esoteric and exoteric rulers, which are the Earth and Jupiter. And now we're under Jupiter as a decanate ruler. The, yeah, is that correct? I believe. Yeah, it goes Jupiter, Sun, Mars. Okay. The initiate sees comprehensively with the eye of the soul. Now, whenever we're dealing with vision, Jupiter is involved. His vision becomes panoramic. That is the gift of true initiation upon the mountaintop, not just limited vision in one direction, but in a way the eyes are also in the back of the head. One sees 360 degrees all around, and Jupiter represents this panorama. He knows the truth that comes from being the soul on its own plane and from touching the intuition directly, and he speaks heavenly truth. He's able to bring the words and ideas down. Actually, he brings ideas down from the realm of ideas and clothes them instead of in a raucous manner, as the Stymphalian bird suggests, with that which is aptly suited to express the nature of this heavenly truth. He brings down the truth in ways that convey the vision of truth to others. He brings down the words of inspiration and which expands the horizon of vision of others to whom he speaks and in whose presence he finds himself. His effect is the constant enlargement, there's a Jupiterian word, of the consciousness of those who attend to him. So in a way, he's a true teacher. I'm thinking about Sri Aurobindo. He had lots of Leo and I believe a Sagittarian moon. He was well grounded in this ability. There are other great teachers who somehow can expand the vision of others until it becomes increasingly panoramic and a wider and wider world is seen. He enters a new dimension because Jupiter is also connected with the Buddhic plane and points the way, which Sagittarius does. He points the way towards those he inspires. So he directs others towards the gate of initiation. And as the master, he controls the opening of these energy gates according to the capacity of the individual. You know, if you're a general in an army, you don't want to direct your troops into an untenable position. You want to make sure they're strong enough to accomplish what they have to accomplish when they enter this new field of intensified energies. So he is the controller of the gate. He's the guardian at the gate, but he also directs towards the gate. Okay, now we come to the initiate, who is born from 20 to 30 degrees. He's under Mars, most definitely. And the initiate sacrifices his life on the altar. It is complete. He is moving towards the fourth initiation and towards self-immolation. He will hold nothing back. In this period when Mars, the hierarchical ruler, dominates, the process is one of the elevation of the lunar vehicles, Mars, through burning. So in a way, the essence of these vehicles, the spiritual essence, ascends. And there is a great transmutation of those lower elements in the vehicles until they no longer resist. They become winged. They become increasingly Davic. The personality ascends. Self-immolation is found here, the immolation of the lower self, and also pointing towards the immolation at the fourth degree of the higher self, or egoic lotus, one of the ways of considering the higher self. and the Kundalini fire is involved here. So this is a very burning sacrificial experience, carrying that which is hinted at by the in the disciplic stage to its consummation. Sagittarius is not usually one of those signs connected with the fourth degree per se, but I'm thinking about the chart of Sir Thomas More, who is now said to be a master of the wisdom, and I believe that he had Sagittarius rising, the sun in Aquarius, and maybe the moon in Aries, and his sacrifice was complete. He had that great wisdom, and he was called in a play dedicated to his life, A Man for All Seasons. So he had that sense of human universality, at least. Sagittarius was involved. Okay, and also in the life of Mother Teresa, I'm not sure what the initiatory level is there, but that was her rising sign as well. So this ability to see the larger world picture and to be a true world disciple, I would say, of the third degree, I would say so, was present with her in terms of the rulership of the rulership by the earth, which would be found heliocentrically opposite her Virgo sun, so therefore in self-sacrificial Pisces, which is ruled by Pluto, the Lord of Death, ruled esoterically there. So her Earth position, heliocentrically, is ruled by Pluto, and I think Pluto was, quite close to her 7th house cusp. I wonder if I can find that just very quickly. So let's see. Let's do it this way. Famous and cleaner. Okay. Try this, and it would be okay. Yeah, Mother Teresa. Okay. Look at that Pluto. Well, look at that Pluto. There it is, as the esoteric ruler of her Earth position, exactly on the 7th house cusp, where you meet the other and form relationships. So in a way, she was considered kind of an incarnation of the goddess Kali, because she was dealing always with the dead and the dying and trying to ameliorate their condition under the Neptune aspect of Pisces, and also the Neptune aspect of her Virgo sun. And there is Sagittarius, and she's born in the Leo decanate, under the Leo decanate of Sagittarius, where she is becoming the great example to others. So it's really worth studying the charts in relation to some of the things that we are saying. Now we come to the initiate, working through triadal influence and monadic influence in the 20 to 30 decanate, the last decanate, again ruled by the sun, a very high expression, a soul expression of the sun. He is definitely the director of men, yet he himself is directed by the solar angel. He is increasingly the solar angel. He is increasingly entering into solar angelic consciousness, into the consciousness of the angel of the presence, who, when penetrated, reveals a great Sagittarian destination towards the monad. His vision and the vision of the soul are united. So he sees with the eye of the soul, and I imagine increasingly the third eye is activated. I think I'll put that in. The third eye is increasingly activated. His consciousness is illumined by the soul. He has achieved contemplation. He's achieved illumination. He's achieved inspiration, which is the particular gift of Sagittarius in the fivefold system of meditation, correlated with the signs, beginning with Leo. His consciousness is illumined, and he himself has become a light upon the path a great demonstration of the path to others. He is as a beacon leading to wisdom. He is a beacon of solar light oriented towards the higher worlds. A reliable way shower. Wisdom is demonstrating, and the solar angel is love wisdom. Well, of course, we have to see who are the people that are born in this way. As I said, Mother Teresa is one, but, can we consider her here in the initiate area? Possibly we can. She seems pretty clearly to be a sixth-ray soul, and we must learn how to discriminate the functioning of initiates on the various rays. Certainly, she had given everything, and there were issues of faith as well. Obviously, she had been passing through a long, dark night of the soul in which, in some ways, she had lost her faith per se, but she persisted according to the will, and this is a great test which apparently she was passing. Okay, so now we've gone through this document, and I'll go slowly through it here in case you want to freeze it to study it a little bit more. WOC is the wheel of consciousness. WOF is the wheel of form. There's so much to study in relation to the decanates, but I think the thing that we have to do is to make sure we can study the lives of some prominent individuals and see exactly how their lives correlated with the indications that the decanates provide. Now let's see where we are. Yeah, there's a bit more we can do before we start on Scorpio. So the Tibetan is, in a way, he's ending this discussion. We've discussed the decanates in detail, not so much for the Lemurian, Atlantean, and early Aryan man, but for people such as ourselves who are on the reversing wheel and are spiritually oriented. Okay, in closing, he says, and here we are on page 193, in closing, I will simply quote to you the two key words of this sign, both as it proceeds upon the ordinary wheel and upon the reversed wheel. Remember, this question of the ordinary and reversed wheel has to do with energy flows and energy orientations within the body, at least when interpreting this question of the wheel in terms of human nature. The etheric energy flows have to be considered, whether they are descending and expressing below the diaphragm or ascending and expressing above the diaphragm. Their meaning and significance are so obvious that there is no need for elucidation. Excuse me. The injunction to the man upon the orthodox wheel is as follows. And the word said, let food be sought. Well, it's interesting because, to feed the body, or whatever body it may be, the Sagittarian hunter goes forth for nourishment, and to fulfill the particular vehicle that needs the nourishment, Jupiter comes in there. Of course, also the hunting skills of Mars, and Chiron is a kind of planet or planetoid also associated with Sagittarius. Chiron was a centaur after all. Let food be sought, so there is an objective and that is determined by desire, and one goes forth for what that objective can provide. And in the beginning, it's not a high objective, it's quite an animal, instinctual objective. The objective becomes higher and higher, and of course the nature of the food rises. And eventually, if we want to translate this particular mantra into its higher meaning, it will be heavenly food indeed. To the man upon the reversed wheel, the word goes forth. I see the goal, I reach that goal, and then I see another. So we have this endless divine discontent. We have a temporary gratification or satiation, but it's not enough to hold the progressive Sagittarian, who in a way is using some first-ray types of motion, the motion of progress onward and the motion of driving forward through space. It is a very one-pointed sign. In this we see the connection of the sixth ray and the first ray. I see the goal, I reach that goal, and then I see another. So we can ask ourselves, all of us, because all of these signs are relevant to all of us, what is the goal we see? Where are we in the process of reaching it? If we have reached it and are becoming satiated by it, have we lifted our eyes to see yet another goal beyond the present satisfaction we are experiencing, whether it is a more personal or spiritual satisfaction? May the words of this final injunction to the disciple carry meaning to the heart and the mind. Well, I think DK wants to see us as progressive human beings. He wants to see us moving on the path and not subject to inertia. Being progressive and not subject to inertia. He wants us to get on with it and to do all we can to travel upon the way, which in a way is the Antikarana, until we can penetrate into the higher dimensions and polarize our consciousness there. And immediately upon that polarization comes the precipitation of those energies which can be transformative for our life. So this is the discussion of Sagittarius, and over the many years in the future that we will experience the sign, be born in this sign, pass our progressed moon through this sign, we will incorporate the higher meanings, the higher potentials of it into our nature so that it helps us build the causal body. That's one of the most important things. Every sign of the zodiac helps us to build the causal body until it is completely fulfilled and is destroyed, and then the influence of the zodiac does not cease, not at all, because we become triadal beings. Indeed we do, but the zodiac continues to give its influence into the triadal life and eventually into the monadic life as we progress towards various sacred planets in order to train for a still greater outward bound motion away from the solar system. And even if we leave our particular solar system, the zodiac is active in relation to all the neighboring solar systems, especially in the 7 solar systems of which we are one. Perhaps since the zodiac represents the heart and the head center of the one about whom naught may be said, it includes a number of the constellations towards which the way of higher evolution may lead, and influences those constellations as well. So we are not done with the zodiac when we leave our soul nature, so to speak, on the higher mental plane and focus more as monad triads. And we are not done with the constellations of the zodiac as we pursue our paths to other planets and to other stars. We are just learning the ABCs. The ABCs. Okay, I guess we can begin a little bit with Scorpio. We are on page 193. I guess we have only really covered about a page or so in the book because we have to deal with the decanates in greater detail. Here is a great and powerful sign which, believe it or not, is intimately related to struggling humanity. It is humanity's sign above all. So if we wonder why this human experience is so filled with conflict, we have to remember that Scorpio is that particular constellation which at this time brings in more of the fourth ray of struggle than any other constellation, and that humanity as a kingdom is intimately, or as a hierarchy, is intimately connected to Scorpio, its ruler, which is connected with the Buddhic plane where harmony at last has to be achieved, and with the planet Mercury, which is in a way the god of conflict, and is the hierarchical ruler of Scorpio. So this is a dramatic sign, and it is a sign of death, death unto life, a sign of resurrection, and a sign which produces some of the most potent experiences in human living. You know, we're told that the second initiation is the most difficult initiation through which to pass, and Scorpio has almost given its name to the second initiation. It is associated with all the first three, but with the second initiation it has a peculiar connection. DK talks about the terrific testing experiences in Scorpio. So we now come to the consideration of a sign which is of paramount importance in the life of evolving man. Not necessarily in the life of the initiate, though it does rule the third initiation too, but for the evolving man, it has very great testing importance. We never know whether we are really fit to move on until we have passed through the experiences of Scorpio. Certain of the signs are in very close relation through the inflow and outflow of energy with certain of the major constellations. Certain of the signs are in very close relation with certain of the major constellations. Now, by major constellations, we are not necessarily meaning the signs of the zodiac or the constellations of the zodiac, but others, perhaps like the Great Bear, Little Bear, Sirius, Pleiades, and so forth, and some others as well. These major constellations are, in a few instances, peculiarly connected with signs of the zodiac. I think there is with Sirius an unusual connection to Scorpio. There are 4 of the zodiacal signs which are mysteriously concerned with what one might call the personality expression, if such an unsuitable term can be used in default of better, of the solar logos himself, or with the divine quaternary, the fourfold manifestation of deity. Now we're up on the cosmic planes here, and we are dealing with the solar logoic quaternary involving, I suppose, his lower mind on the 4 lesser levels of the cosmic mental plane, his cosmic astral body, his cosmic etheric body, and his cosmic physical body. Okay. So, in fact, we are dealing here with Agni. Agni is, in a way, the personality nature of the solar logos, and we are going to discuss the zodiacal constellations which are particularly, he says mysteriously, so that's certainly for us beyond our ken, but perhaps Scorpio will be one of them. Let us see. The divine quaternary. We have a kind of quaternary, don't we? We have our physical, our etheric, our astral, and our lower mental vehicle, or we have a quaternary that might be considered to be the physical etheric, the astral, the lower mental, and their union as a personality. That's another way of looking at the divine quaternary, the fourfold manifestation of deity, the soul of deity manifesting through the personality nature. These 4 signs are Aries, Leo, Scorpio, Aquarius. We have, interestingly here, we have 3 of them on the fixed cross, except for Aries, which is on the cardinal cross. And they involve the expression of the energy of 1 cardinal sign and of 3 signs which form part of the fixed cross of the heavens. Let's see how he assigns them to the solar logoic quaternary. We remember, there is a still greater quaternary, of which our sun has a non-sacred solar logos. Our solar logos, being temporarily non-sacred, is part of the quaternary of a still greater being, a cosmic logos. Okay, so the quaternary is the outer nature. Okay, we could express this truth in another manner. God the Father, the will to manifest, initiates the creative process, which is worked out. Now, in the initiation of the creative process, the will to create, we think about Aries. I'm not sure he's going to talk about it in this respect here, but definitely the will to create is Aretian. The will to fulfillment is Leonian. The will that conquers death is Capricornian. God the Father, the will to manifest, initiates the creative process which is worked out through the activity of God the Son, the cosmic Christ, crucified upon the fixed cross of the heavens. So God the Father, that's the monadic aspect, initiates a creative process which is worked out through the soul nature of the solar logos, which we might call, in this case, the cosmic Christ, who is crucified upon the fixed cross of the heavens. Of course, in a way, it's a higher type of fixed cross than we are crucified upon. The crucifixion of God the Son as a cosmic Christ upon the fixed cross is of an entirely higher order than anything we can fathom. The activity of God, the Holy Spirit, implicit in the mutable cross, is closely allied to the previous solar system. That was the solar system in which the third ray was very prominent, and the third ray is associated with the Holy Spirit. The third ray is also associated with the activity and vitality of the etheric body. And the energy of that divine aspect is practically entirely occupied with manipulating the forces inherited from that solar system and inherent in the very nature of substance itself. Okay, inherent in the very nature of substance itself. Okay, so this, our present solar system is very much the solar system of the cosmic Christ. If we look at the cosmic Christ as the soul or consciousness nature of our solar logos, the previous solar system was the associated with his Holy Spirit aspect, more with the etheric aspect, more with his personality aspect. It was the solar system of the mind and personality of the solar logos. Okay, the activity of God, the Holy Spirit, implicit in the mutable cross, is closely allied to the previous solar system. So we can see the mutable cross connected with the previous solar system, the fixed cross in a higher way connected with the present solar system, and the cardinal cross particularly to be connected with the solar system which is to come. And the energy of that divine aspect is practically entirely occupied with manipulating the forces inherited from that system and inherent in the very nature of substance itself. So we do have the Holy Spirit aspect active, but it's very much connected with the body of the solar logos. I suppose the inherited substance is particularly in the dense physical body of our solar logos, which involves our lower mental plane, or perhaps even our entire mental plane, our astral plane, and our etheric physical plane. This divine aspect is to the whole general divine manifestation what the lower nature or life, form life or personality in the three worlds of human evolution is to the soul, where an individual human being is concerned. So we're talking about the Holy Spirit aspect, very active in the previous solar system, and somewhat active in relation to what is called the primordial ray in this solar system. The divine ray is the ray, the second ray related to God the Son, and to the cosmic Christ, and to the fixed cross. Now we realize that we human beings are, in a way, crucified upon the fixed cross when we become disciples, but this is just a tiny reflection of that crucifixion upon the fixed cross, which the solar logos is undergoing because he is developing his soul consciousness, particularly in this solar system. So the fixed cross is always connected with soul consciousness, with the expansion of the consciousnesses found upon the higher levels of the cosmic mental plane. And so the fixed cross has a definite connection with the three higher levels of the cosmic mental plane, and the mutable cross, I would say, will have a strong connection with Agni in general, and with the personality nature of the solar logos. That's not just his physical body, but it would be associated with everything which for him is personality, and that involves his lower mind, his astral body, and his etheric physical nature. So there are two ways then of looking at the mutable cross and its type of influence. There may be a lot of manipulation in the present solar system in connection with the dense body of our solar logos, which involves our lower three systemic planes. But I think we really have to associate that Holy Spirit aspect, the energies of the immutable cross, with the entire personality nature or Agni nature of the solar logos. With the solar logos being a lesser being than the constellational lords who are ruling the various constellations of the zodiac. Maybe there's a lord that rules the entire fixed cross, or the entire mutable cross, or the entire cardinal cross. The three of them together forming a kind of, let's say, trinity in the life of a still greater being. The pyramids, the hierarchies ascend higher and higher. It's interesting for us to speculate about these things, but in terms of living a better life right here and now, we have to confine our attention to what is practical, just the way the Buddha did, although he knew a great deal more than he spoke. As regards these three persons of the Divine Trinity, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, we might say that Aries is the focal point for the first expression of divinity, the will aspect. Now, we do know that the first ray pours powerfully through Aries, and it is the constellation or sign which is most connected with the first aspect of divinity and with the first ray. More of the first ray comes through Aries at this time than through any other constellation or sign. I use constellation and sign interchangeably. The original energy is from the constellation, but it is adapted by the sign for use in our solar system and upon our planet. All right, so Aries is connected with God the Father. Leo, the next one, is connected, is the focal point for the expression of the second aspect, the love, wisdom, or consciousness aspect. This primarily where humanity is concerned. We don't know about other hierarchies and how Leo will work for them. We do know that Leo is connected with the divine flames, which have a kind of logoic position, you know, the hierarchy I'm speaking of here, the divine flames. Let's see how this works. If I can find, yeah, right here. Yes, there they are. Okay, there are the divine flames right up here on the highest level of our logoic plane, our systemic logoic plane. All right. Yeah. Now, we have been told, when dealing with the 3 fire signs, that Aries is particularly connected with the monad, Leo with the soul or consciousness, and Sagittarius with the body, or considering the personality as the body. Now, here's yet another tabulation where the same thing holds true. So within the expression of the solar logos, Leo has a particular connection with the love-wisdom aspect, and I suppose in that respect with what is going on the higher levels of the cosmic mental plane. There are different ways we can look at this. We can look at it in a very expanded sense and take the entire planar structure of the solar logos going all the way up to the cosmic monadic level, where Aries would have something to say and do, and Leo could be on the higher levels of the cosmic mental plane. But we can also confine ourselves to the cosmic physical plane and look at Aries in relation to those aspects of the solar logos which manifest on the highest cosmic ethers, and maybe Leo more in connection with the triadal nature. And let's see what happens next. Virgo. Well, these are not the signs that were just mentioned. What was mentioned was Aries and 3 fixed signs. But now DK is talking about the Trinity, with Aries, Leo, and Virgo relating to the Trinity. Obviously, we have a quadruplicity which we have to explain, and which we will. Virgo is the focal point for the expression of the 3rd aspect, that of active intelligence. So Virgo is particularly connected with the Holy Spirit, just as Capricorn is. In that sign, the highest function of matter is symbolized. I suppose we could say, we could call it maybe purified matter, the purified or the virgin matter. So all that has to do with the personality of the solar logos, and I suppose with his dense physical body, is connected with Virgo. So if we want to confine this to the cosmic physical plane instead of the entire expanse, you know how the expanse goes. If we do this, let's see, this is the entire expanse. Yeah, there it is. The entire expanse of the solar logoic manifestation, and even the expanse of beings higher than the solar logos, such as cosmic logoi and super cosmic logoi and so forth, and even beyond that. So this is an amazing map here on page 344 of a treatise on cosmic fire. But if we want to combine ourselves to the cosmic physical plane, then we might say, in a certain respect, that Aries has everything to do with what is found on the logoic levels and maybe on some of the triadal levels. Leo has to do with that which is expressed on the higher mental plane, and Virgo with matter and all that is expressed on the lower 18 subplanes. So you see there are 2 ways of looking at this, one very compressed, like this, and one having to do with the higher, with the total expression of the solar logos, in which case Virgo might have much to do with the lower 18 cosmic subplanes, Leo having to do perhaps with the causal body and the higher levels of the cosmic mental plane, and perhaps including the cosmic triadal levels, perhaps, and Aries with the highest levels of the cosmic super cosmic plane, not just the cosmic physical plane, but the super cosmic plane, which is a physical plane with respect to still greater being, of course. All right. So we have a very important triangle here, a triangle which involves, whoops, things happening here, a triangle which involves Aries, the father aspect, Leo, the son aspect, and not Sagittarius in this case, which is often the 3rd fire sign related to the personality and body aspect, but Virgo related to the matter aspect, and I suppose then as well resurrected matter, the assumption of the virgin, the purification of previous solar system matter until it is fit and ready for non-resistive participation in our present solar system, which is ruled by the fixed cross in a cosmic sense. Okay. Now, the four signs, Aries, Leo, Scorpio, Aquarius, are related to the following stars, which are not numbered in the 12 signs of the zodiac, and they constitute another field of relationships. Another field of relationships in relation to a kind of zodiac of 10, I believe, and they are the constellational chakric systems in the one about whom naught may be said, at least for the most part. Let's see. So he began this a little higher up here by saying, what did he say here? Yeah. The divine quaternary of the solar logos is connected with Aries, Leo, Scorpio, Aquarius. So in a way, the divine quaternary is ruled generically by Virgo. So in a way, Aries, whoa, we're having some interesting developments here. Hopefully, hopefully everything will stabilize. We have Aries, Leo, and Virgo. Now, Virgo, in a way, rules the entire divine quaternary in a cosmic sense. And so we would have sub-Aries, sub-Leo, Scorpio, and Aquarius as being part of that particular quaternary. And then we would have a higher form of Aries and Leo ruling the father aspect and the son aspect. All right, so now we're going to get into the stars related to these four signs. These four signs are related to the divine quaternary, and they involve the expression of the energy of one cardinal and three fixed signs. We're looking at another area of relationships when we enter into these stars, and the stars represent certain constellations. That's the key. And these constellations belong to another field of relationships other than the zodiacal field of relationships. Okay, so the four signs, Aries, Leo, Scorpio, and Aquarius, are related to the following stars which are not numbered in the 12 signs of the zodiac, and they constitute another field of relationships. Okay, Aries is related to one of the stars found in the constellation of the Great Bear, which are called the two pointers. It's the lower one of the pointers. It's the one that's farthest away from Polaris. And it has, in a way, a more spiritual meaning, although it has been discussed in some systems as a sixth ray star. So Aries is related to the pointers, and we know the Great Bear is not in that system of relationships which we call the signs of the zodiac. Leo is related to Polaris, the pole star found in the little bear in the tail of the little bear. Sometimes Sagittarius, since the pole star is a great star of direction, and Sagittarius is a constellation of direction, is said to be related to Polaris, and Leo to the second pointer, or the pointer closest to Polaris. That is another field of relationships. Anyway, what we have right now is Aries related to the farthest pointer in the Great Bear, and Leo related to Polaris itself, and also, as we will discover, to the closer pointer, the pointer closer to Polaris in the Great Bear. So we can see this is another field of relationships, because the Great Bear is a super constellation in a way, and it is not part of the 12 constellations of the zodiac. Scorpio is related to Sirius. That's so interesting. We have this, and we're told also that Mercury is the star of Sirius. Or is it Sirius is the star of Mercury? I think Mercury is the star of Sirius. Let's take a quick look here in Esoteric Astrology. And let's see. Mercury. Mercury, star Sirius. Okay, so let's see what we have. And Sirius was called the dog star. It is the star of Mercury, or Buddha, called the great instructor of mankind. This is on page 659. So Sirius and Mercury have a very definite connection. Mercury and Scorpio have a very definite connection. So we look to the triangle of Sirius, Scorpio, and Mercury. And so we can see that there is much that will lift man towards Buddhi coming along this line. We have Scorpio as one of the major signs which admits a man into hierarchy, as does Capricorn. Sirius sponsors the entire program of initiation, and Mercury determines the final destination of man, which is on the Buddhic plane, where he is meant to work out his harmonizing form of expression. So these are three very important indicators. Mercury is the star of conflict. Sirius is called the scorcher, which is submitting man to a great many tests and burning grounds. And we all know about Scorpio. It is such a difficult instrument to deal with, a difficult constellation to deal with, because it forces man to confront the opposites and to choose the higher of the pairs of opposites rather than the lower. So often with Libra, before the Scorpio experience, you sort of seek to balance the pairs of opposites so they come into a just and balanced, harmonious condition. But with Scorpio, the scales tip, and it is required that the higher of the pairs of opposites be our choice and that we live according to it. So there's a great struggle there, because all that represents the previous solar system, and which pulls us backward into material temptation, has to be overcome. And of course that is overcome with the help of the intuition of Mercury, which sees through this miasma and illusion, and it's overcome through the constant pressure of Sirius, represented by the pressure of the solar angel, which we had been talking about a little bit earlier. The solar angel is putting the human being under increasing pressure as his elevation proceeds and he goes into higher states of consciousness. Scorpio is related to Sirius, the dog star. It's a very important hierarchical initiation combination. Aquarius is related to Alcyone, one of the 7 Pleiades. So the system of Sirius, the system of Pleiades, the system of the Great Bear, these are 3 said to be super constellations which are involved in another field of relationships other than the signs of the zodiac, although very much connected to certain signs of the zodiac. And there are other constellations which are found closely related to these 3 super constellations, and we can include Orion, we can include Draco, perhaps we can include Antares, we can include the Little Bear. These are chakra centers in the one about whom naught may be said. Okay, so Alcyone is said to be the star of the individual. Individuality is related to the 3rd aspect of divinity in a way, to become an ego, a distinct identity. This seems to be conveyed by Alcyone, and perhaps in some degree that is not easy to explain by Aquarius. Anyway, Alcyone is the central Pleiad. It's sort of the king or queen, or the central figure in the 7 Pleiads, and it represents centrality of identity. So what do we have? We have Aries with the pointer farthest from Polaris. We have Leo with Polaris itself, or as later will be seen, to the pointer closest to Polaris, Dubhe. We have Scorpio related to Sirius. We have Alcyone, Aquarius related to Alcyone. And also, Virgo and Taurus are involved as well with the Pleiades. There's so many interlocking systems of relationship. It seems that in the group interaction of these great beings, everybody comes to know everybody else and learns how to interact with them in a unique manner, just the way we would in human society. Each one of us aspects other individuals in a certain way, and we draw forth different responses from different people, and we are able to help different people in different ways and be helped by them in different ways. So we just have to analogize to the greater beings to see what their interrelationships may be. I may be in a triangle, personally, with two other people, but I may be in a triangle as well with two other people. And that does not necessarily minimize my contribution to the first triangle, or does the participation in the second in any way diminish the first. So both can be complementary. In other words, any being can be involved in numerous relationships within the group field. And finally, probably triangularly related to all the members within the group field. Long ago, what I did was try to look at all the possible triangles between all the constellations of the zodiac. DK only mentioned some of them, maybe some of the more important ones, but one can figure out that there will be, let's say in relation to someone's sun, moon, and rising sign, an important triangle represented, provided one of the signs is not repeated. And we can see what the meaning of that zodiacal triangle might be. It's a very intricate study, this esoteric astrology, based on the science of triangles, and just so many different ways of conceiving interrelationships. But we have to look at the ones somehow that are most relevant to our own spiritual growth and the planet. All right, he goes on. There is little that I can tell you in connection with the energies pouring, having some quality degraded. Hopefully not. We will proceed. There is little that I can tell you in connection with the energies pouring into the four zodiacal signs, okay, from these distant though potent points of outgoing energy, namely Polaris, the most distant pointer, Sirius and Alcyone. He didn't say the word constellation, so maybe they pour into constellations as well, but they certainly pour into the representatives of the constellations, which are the signs. They are part of the life expression of an identity immeasurably superior to and more advanced than our solar logos. Okay, of course, I think we are speaking here of the one about whom naught may be said, or at least that one of the ones about whom naught may be said, which is most closely connected to our particular solar system and perhaps to our particular zodiac. In the chart on page 344, I think a case can be made for discovering a number of ones about whom naught may be said, but naturally, since we can't even conceive of the one most closely related to us, the rest is purely speculative. Okay, so these stars and the constellations they represent are part of the life expression of an immeasurably superior entity, immeasurably superior to and more advanced than our solar logos. That word immeasurably, are we to take it literally? Are we to say that it's so far advanced over our solar logos that we cannot even conceive of the degree to which it is advanced over our solar logos? Or is the word immeasurably simply being used to indicate a great span of distinction between them? Okay, so this identity, the one about whom naught may be said, at least the one that we are most concerned with. And he can't tell us too much about the energies of these solar logoi, which probably, in a way, represent the energies of the Great Bear, the Little Bear, Sirius, and the Pleiades. And you can often substitute the Little Bear for the Pleiades, but let's just say that Polaris, in a way, represents all of the energies of the Little Bear. That this particular pointer that Aries is connected with represents all the energies of the Great Bear. That Sirius represents the energies of the constellation Sirius, which includes other stars and may even include our 7 solar systems, of which ours is one. And let us say that Alcyone represents the entire output of the Pleiades. So oftentimes a star is used as a kind of blind for the energies of the constellation of which it is a part, just like Betelgeuse or Betelgeuse, however you want to pronounce it, can represent the entirety of Orion rather than just itself. Okay, a few hints may, however, be of service to the truly esoteric astrologer, not just the run-of-the-mill esoteric astrologer, such as we are attempting to be, but the member of hierarchy, let us say, who is the true initiate astrologer, who may study these pages, particularly where Scorpio is concerned, because that is what we are studying, the whole system of initiation and how Scorpio participates in providing opportunity for initiation. Scorpio, at this particular stage of human evolution, governs the path of discipleship, as does, in a way, Sagittarius governs the one-pointed disciple, but Scorpio governs the struggles, battles, the tests, the proving ground on the path of discipleship. You will note here also how Leo, Scorpio, Aquarius form a peculiar triangle of force. But of this I will deal later in Chapter 3 under the heading, The Science of Triangles. Well, I think, we can get a little bit of an idea of what this is, because Leo rules the self-centering of the individual in its individuality, and Scorpio rules the struggle to overcome that sense of isolated individuality, as Scorpio does stage the release of Leo, and Aquarius is the release into hierarchical life, where a measure of unity and universality are experienced. Now, we might also say, because these constellations are related to each other, that Polaris, Sirius, and Alcyone are related to each other. And this would also mean that the Little Bear in relation to Leo, Sirius in relation to Scorpio, and Pleiades in relation to Alcyone are related to each other. Okay, well, we speculate about these vast things, but the important thing is to feel the energy of these great sources, even though they are much modified and transformed on the way down to us, and to realize when these energies are present and to express these energies in a manner which is fitting for those who want to be successful in treading the path of discipleship. Okay, so, DK is always qualifying, He's talking about Scorpio at this particular stage of human evolution, at some other stage of human evolution, or the evolution of some other hierarchy. There might be an entirely different description. Aries is, as might be expected, closely connected with the Great Bear, but peculiarly so with one of the stars called the Pointers. Now, that is the more distant star, that is Merak, and not Dubhe. So Aries is connected with what we have looked at as a 6th ray star. Of course, if we look at Polaris, Dubhe, and Merak as a trinity, then we will assign them different rays in a way. We will assign first ray to Polaris, since it is the representative of the monad and its guiding destiny, or its attractive destiny. We will assign the second ray to Merak because it represents the soul. And we will assign the third ray to Dubhe because it represents the personality. And this is, a different method of assignment. I'm not saying that those stars particularly represent those rays, but at least we have 3 stars representing the 3 aspects of divinity, Polaris being the highest, Merak being that which represents the second or middle aspect, and Dubhe representing the personality or third aspect, as he will somewhat begin to describe. So Aries is, as might be expected, closely connected with the Great Bear, yes, but peculiarly so with one of the stars called the Pointer. Now, I think I can substantiate this idea of the connection of Aries with the Great Bear, because on page 50, he pretty well demonstrates exactly that. Here is the tabulation on page 50 of Esoteric Astrology, and we see the Great Bear connected with Aries and with Libra, and the Sun is veiling Vulcan here. It's the second creative hierarchy, the second creative of the manifested, no, the 11th hierarchy, that's it. It's unknown, connected with Aries. So Aries and the Great Bear have a definite connection. So does Leo, actually, in the Great Bear, because we can see the Sun is involved, and the Sun rules Leo. Okay. These pointers point to the pole star. As soon as my computer stops acting up, I think it's got a little bit of overload here. These point to the pole star, is at this time a major star of direction. Now, as the axis of the Earth gyrates, then perhaps Polaris will no longer be, for us, a major or the major star of direction, but something else will take its place over an approximately 25,000-year cycle, or even closer to 26,000 years. When we deal with the term direction, in general, we deal with the first ray, because the first ray is the director. The first ray monads among men are the directors. The second ray monads among men are the teachers, and the third ray monads, the creative manipulators. He calls them the manipulators, but I think since the third ray is the ray of creative intelligence, one might as well call them the creative manipulators. Put a little better face on it, since the word manipulation, except in occultism, has a rather bad name. Okay, a major star of direction. Direction, will, purpose, and plan are all connected with the solar logos and with his evolutionary undertakings in connection with the many lives manifesting in the vehicle of expression, which we call the solar system. So these are all rather sort of first ray factors: direction, will, purpose, and plan. There's a bit of the third ray that comes into it, and perhaps some of the divine design comes in with purpose, the divine pattern suggesting the second ray. But anyway, largely first ray words. Direction, will, purpose, and plan are all connected with the solar logos and with his evolutionary undertakings in connection with the many lives. He's behind the evolution of all of us, and even the tiniest material unit, manifesting in the vehicle of expression, which we call the solar system. There are other lives, of course, that are manifesting within the vehicles of the solar logos, which are not technically part of the etheric physical solar system, but which are evolving under his impulse, just the way we have astral entities and mental entities of a lesser kind evolving under our impulse as a monad. All these respond to the influences of the first ray, which is, to all intents and purposes, the energy of divine embodied will. We are speaking here of the first ray, that power of driving things forward, which Aries confers, driving forward through space. Aries is closely related to this divine embodiment, which has been esoterically described as unavoidable, directed purpose. There is a final design or relationship towards which all is driven by the will nature of the solar logos, as it is impulsed by Aries connected with the father aspect. Within our solar system, Vulcan and Pluto are expressions, not the only expressions, okay? Vulcan and Pluto are expressions or custodians of this first ray energy and are, as I have told you, esoteric planets. And this is one of the places where Pluto is mentioned as an esoteric planet, probably because so much of its purpose and nature remains unknown, but it is also a non-sacred planet. So this is interesting. We have Pluto as an esoteric, non-sacred planet, and Vulcan as an esoteric sacred planet. And we are going to see that there are connections here of Pluto with Aries. There is a triangle called Aries-Pluto-Shambhala, and we have seen that Aries is involved in a Great Bear relationship in which the sun veiling Vulcan is related. There is something on the first ray which Aries and Vulcan share. They drive into matter. They force themselves into new fields, some of them dense, some of them more refined. But let us look at the downward pointing arrow of matter associated with Vulcan and the tendency of Aries to drive down into matter as well. There is also the tendency of Aries, following its glyph, to rise up out of matter in terms of resurrection, and we can think of Vulcan in a similar way, as giving such a quality of intense light that matter is etherealized or elevated from its lower vibratory condition. So Vulcan is involved with increasing the vibration of matter until it becomes radiant and etherealized. Okay, the first indication of the truly spiritual will, which I suppose is atmic in its nature, only begins to manifest upon the path of discipleship. The true spiritual will only begins to manifest upon the path of discipleship. Hence the late discovery of these two planets, late in point of time and from the angle of human knowledge, for it is only in the Aryan race, which is a mental race, okay, the mind conveying the will, it is only in this Aryan race period that humanity is to any large extent beginning to manifest evidence, and as yet it is no more, of a reaction or a response to the spiritual will of deity as it comes to our planet, and hence to us via Aries, Vulcan, and Pluto. Spiritual will via Aries, Vulcan, and Pluto. As spiritual will is also identified with Atma, we can think of Aries, Vulcan, and Pluto as identified to a degree with Atma, and also there Saturn could enter. Okay, he said a lot here, hasn't he? So only when we are becoming mentally focused and can begin to touch the triadal levels through the building of the Antikarana on the path of discipleship can the spiritual will begin to manifest, and then I suppose you could say that we come into relation with higher natures of Vulcan and Pluto. We certainly are all exposed to their lower natures at any point in the development of humanity, but come in relation to the higher nature of these arrow planets, you might call them, Vulcan pointing downward, Pluto pointing upward, upon the path of discipleship. Aries, Vulcan, and Pluto. That's one important triangle of a constellation and two planets conveying the first ray and perhaps some other rays as well. It's interesting when looking at such a triangle to consider the other rays that are involved with each point of the triangle. And seventh ray is involved with Aries, of course, and Vulcan has, I think, much of the fifth ray with it, and Pluto not only the first ray, but some of the sixth and some of the fifth. But those are more obscure points which don't really need elaborating at this point. We want to get the essential idea of what DK is saying. And what is said here is that it's only when humanity is really ready for the energy of certain planets that they are actually discovered. Now, he seems to act as if Vulcan has already been discovered. This is hence the late discovery of these two planets. Well, it would mean that they had been discovered, that Vulcan has somehow been discovered. Pluto, we know, has been discovered, and it was discovered before this book was written, Esoteric Astrology. It was discovered, although photographed in 1915, it was discovered in 1930, so it has been discovered. Now, does this mean that Vulcan has in some way been photographed, just as Pluto was photographed but not realized for 15 years after the photograph was made? Well, anyway, or is he predicting the future that Vulcan will be discovered rather late in the day, perhaps not too far from now, because the spiritual will of man is beginning to manifest. So you have, therefore, the following direct line of energy. Okay. The pointer furthest from the pole star in the constellation of the Great Bear, and that is associated with Aries. Finally, he's saying that. This is, esoterically speaking, a great reservoir or focal point for divine energy carrying out God's purpose. It almost seems not just a six-ray star. According to one of the theoretical enumerations given, where you pretty well count, well, if I do it this way, you count across the top of the Great Bear, then come down and to the six-ray star, and backwards to the seventh-ray star. That's one way of doing it. It seems like then a great hook in some manner. So it's a great reservoir or focal point for divine energy carrying out God's purpose, so it seems like it has some first-ray implications to it because it is ruled by Aries, and therefore the first ray is suggested, even though there are ways to attribute to it the sixth ray and a kind of a second aspect position within the Trinity of distant pointer, closer pointer, and Polaris. The pointer nearest to the pole star is expressive of a lower aspect of the will, which in speaking of humanity we call self-will. Well, there is the Leo star, interestingly enough, and it's connected with ahamkara and that limiting sense of self. Now, in a way, anything that's found within the Great Bear can be considered an expression of the will, because the Great Bear is, in a sense, a cosmic Manu. This is in the idea of Stephen Pugh, who's done a lot of work on these super constellations, these important constellations which are part of a system of relationships which is beyond that of the zodiac. So it is a great center of will, and DK says it represents the 7 head centers in the one about whom not may be said, not the crown center, which the zodiac represents, the heart within the head of the one about whom not may be said, a great heart center, which kind of suggests a second ray meaning, but in fact represents 7 head centers, just as man has 7 head centers within or around his head, perhaps represented by Vulcan, which is connected with the Great Bear. So these 7 head centers would naturally express the will aspect, but different aspects of the will we see according to the 7 rays. So anyway, this star Dubhe, closest to the star Polaris, is a Leo star, and it expresses self-will. And we also see that Polaris is connected with Leo. So we have 2 Leo representatives there, and that's very interesting. Maybe one representing the lower self and another a far higher self, a monadic self. Okay, so we have here, he's talking about certain direct lines of will energy. The pointer furthest from the pole star, that's one. Aries in which the will to create or manifest makes its appearance. That's kind of a 1-7 relationship, and a great divine experiment is initiated. Here it seems that the pointer is more powerful than Aries itself. Is this the constellation Aries, or is this the sign Aries as it may pertain to the sun itself or to the earth? I think we have two systems of signs, one of which relates to the solar orb, and the others of which relate to the various planetary spheres according to the inclination of their axis. So we know we have a system of signs, or as Alan Leo says, of lunes, L-U-N-E-S, surrounding like sections of an orange the entire Earth, and maybe every constellation has those 12 lunes as well, although their orientation at any point in time will be different from each other. So we seem to be going from the star farthest from the pointer, farthest from Polaris, the pointer farthest from Polaris, okay, to Aries, either the constellation or sign, and then to Vulcan and Pluto, two first-ray planets, Vulcan probably being a first-ray soul, since it is the sacred planet, and Pluto, a non-sacred planet, probably being a first-ray personality, since DK usually talks of the non-sacred planets in terms of their personality ray, since they are not yet soul-focused. Then to Vulcan and Pluto are related to the two pointers and are only now beginning in any definite and clear manner to affect human response. A definite and clear manner. There is the qualifier, because, you know, Vulcan represents in a certain respect the resistance, the obduracy of matter, and Pluto represents many suppressed negative factors, which certainly do, it seems, affect in an unconscious way many human beings who are not yet spiritual in their orientation or understanding. Their effect has been planetary in nature up to date, well, and has affected many unconsciously as a result, and has not hitherto been at all effective. What does effective mean? I suppose to help the human being progress, has been at all effective in either the fourth or second kingdoms of nature. The fourth kingdom of nature is that of the human beings, and Pluto and Vulcan not very effective with respect to the animal, to the vegetable kingdom. Perhaps plants will become radiant, and in that respect be affected by Vulcan. I cannot see immediately how Pluto, except for some of the more deadly plants, would be affecting the vegetable kingdom. But anyway, the rays are such that they do not resonate with the second or vegetable kingdom. Now we have the next recipient in this line, Shambhala, the custodian of the plan for our planet, and what one might also think the custodian of the purpose for our planet. So let's see here if we turn to the page where he's actually describing these things, Esoteric Astrology 193, we'll see if he's actually drawn a diagram which will help us understand this. Scorpio, the Scorpion, Aries, Virgo, etc., etc. Doesn't look like we have a diagram yet, but we will have a diagram coming which will show this second pointer quite elevated. We will have the constellation or sign Aries, we will have Vulcan and Pluto, and we will have the Earth with its point of reception for the law of assembly of energies, Shambhala. Okay, Leo, so okay, this is a first-ray line of force. These planets are definitely related to Shambhala. We know the Aries Pluto Shambhala triangle for the destructiveness of Shambhala, and we know the that Vulcan is very connected with Shambhala, at the time of the Wesak, Vulcan being the hierarchical and esoteric ruler of Taurus, and the imposition of divine will. Vulcan, a planet of pressured imposition, is very much involved with Shambhala. It may have destructive plutonic effects. It's all meant to drive us towards planetary purpose, which we can think of as indicated in part by Aries, and through this pointer, which is associated with Aries, and with more of the second aspect of divinity. It should help bring out the planetary soul. That is what the purpose of Shambhala must be at this time, because the planetary soul, a secondary soul, is not yet expressing fully, but is on its way. And as we know, the reappearance of the Christ is one of those signal events which is bringing forward the planetary soul into greater expression. Leo is the sign wherein the consciousness of individuality is developed. Certainly that is in its lower sense. Later isolated unity is connected with Leo. It's developed, utilized, and finally consecrated to divine purpose. So this is the completely soul-infused personality, a higher Leo and a lower Leo being fused and consecrated to a still greater Leo of divine purpose. It is related to Polaris, the pole star found in the Little Bear, and it is also peculiarly susceptible to the influence of that pointer in the Great Bear, which is nearest the pole. Okay, now he comes out and says it. So he relates Leo to Dubé, that pointer in the pole in the Great Bear, which is closest to the pole star. Now, you know, it's a great god, it's a great deity. The fact that it has a kind of effect in producing ahamkara and individualism in man is only an adaptation of that energy to the present stage of man's development. It doesn't necessarily mean that that star is in any way compromised or a lesser influence because we adapted to our own individuality. And especially, I would say, at first, individualism rather than individuality. Individuality is a very expansive thing, you know. Maybe later it does not include the sense of separateness. Only at first, with individualism, does it do this. But there's a higher individuality, which is the soul consciousness. It's a realization of a center of energy unified with many other centers of energy, but having its own distinctness. And even on the level of the monad, with its own particular vehicle on the second plane, there is a kind of individuality at that level as well, although identification as spirit is the paramount realization in monadic awareness. This we have been told, none of us having that full monadic awareness yet. So nevertheless, you know, there is a distinct unit. A person is a sun on the monadic level. And except for the very essence of the monad, which is identical in all cases, there has been a monadic past, there is a monadic present, there is a monadic destiny, and every monad is upholding a kind of individual role within the manifestation of the planetary logos, of the solar logos, and beyond. So there is a kind of uniqueness through the expression of every monad, even though, you know, there is that whole question of whether a monad is subsumed into a larger type of entity, which then becomes the greater individuality of which the monad is simply a part. But every monad realizing then that it is essentially this larger individuality which has subsumed it. Okay, so Leo related to Polaris, Great Bear, the pointer nearest to the pole star. Esoterically speaking, now the pole star is regarded as a star of reorientation, not just a star of direction. So reorientation of facing something more powerful. Here he describes it, a star of reorientation whereby the art of refacing and recovering that which is lost is developed. Well, what is lost? the lost word, the monadic nature is lost. We need to reface first the soul, and then reface that brilliant sun, the monad itself, and recover that which we have lost through our descent into the long millions of years pilgrimage on which we, the jiva, have been progressing. So when we see Polaris prominent, we have the possibility of turning our face, our Janus face, our spiritual two-facedness in a way, toward this higher aspect of ourselves, and to recover that which has been lost through emanative descent. So esoterically speaking, the pole star is regarded as the star of reorientation, whereby the art of refacing and recovering that which is lost is developed. A great opportunity to set one's face towards the greater light. And some of these stars, DK tells us, in the charts of disciples, we have to see where they are found. If we have Sirius, if we have Alcyone, if we have one of the pointers, if we have Polaris in any way prominent in our astrological chart, opportunity is thereby offered. A much attenuated opportunity, of course, because they represent stupendous sources, but in our own little way, something trickles down and can give us an opportunity resonant with their nature. Okay, so this eventually brings a man back to his originating source, and you can kind of see the Sagittarius in it, right? Sagittarius outward bound and Sagittarius inward bound. So when I sometimes think that I can relate the three fire signs to the two pointers and Polaris, Sagittarius, a sign of direction, and the pole star, a major sign, a major star of direction, and then this idea of refacing and journeying back to the Father's home or back to the pole star representing the monad. It all fits with Sagittarius to a degree. So this eventually brings man back to his originating source. Well, that's the monad, right? And the Sagittarius certainly has everything to do with that trip back to one's source. It is idealism in the sense of smell on the sixth ray, which Sagittarius conveys, which brings us back towards our originating source. We sort of smell our way home the way dogs do, and dogs are on the sixth ray. We smell our way home using Sagittarius to find our true emanating source, our true originating source. It might therefore be correctly inferred that this pointer and the energy emanating from it guides humanity upon the involutionary path and is constantly active in its influence upon the man who is still upon the mutable cross. Now, he's talking about the pointer, I'll capitalize it, pointer, which is closest to the pole star. That's ruled by Leo, and it's guiding man when he is still in the ahamkaric phase of isolated identity. He thinks he is simply an isolated unit, and that is under Leo, yes. Then the energy of the pointer furthest from the pole star begins to make its presence felt, and a sense of right direction or guidance is registered by the disciple upon the path. So he's now reorienting, he's now making his way back towards his originating source, and he is undergoing initiation in order to do this, entering through Aries into one field after another, which takes him closer to his originating source. The energy of the pointer furthest from the pole star begins to make its presence felt, and a sense of right direction or guidance is registered by the disciple upon the path. And such guidance, when followed, leads a man nearer to the hierarchy. It's a bit like the rising sign in that sense. We hear about the driving energies of the rising sign, and we think about the sign Aries and its driving nature and how it embodies the father aspect, the first ray aspect, the progress onward, this driving force, home. Okay. All right. Leads a man nearer to the hierarchy. All right. You see the signs are being presented here in various guises. They don't mean just one thing, and they don't refer to just one source. They can refer to many sources and mean different things when referred to those sources. Because in a way, when you look at the three fire signs, it's Aries that represents the monad, Leo the soul, and Sagittarius the body. And we cannot associate, in the way DK is associating the signs here, we cannot use that particular format. Excuse me. It is here that the divine necessity, okay, the divine necessity of achieving alignment is portrayed for us in the symbol of the sky. In other words, the two pointers are aligned with Polaris, and that gives us the sense of how to return home. It's kind of interesting, though, isn't it, that the star representing the personality is closest to the star representing the monad, and the star representing the soul is, in a way, of these three, the outermost or most distant from the monad. There must be some symbolism in that which escapes me at the moment. It is here that the divine necessity of achieving alignment is portrayed for us in the symbol of the sky. And when it has been achieved, then there is a direct inflow of divine energy, and man is linked up in a new and creative manner to the sources of divine supply. So that's what we need to do. All of us achieve alignment so that the sources of divine supply from the higher dimensions can be accessed by us, and that will bring about our release. Once alignment is perfect, the imprisonment of the consciousness can no longer be sustained, and the man escapes under the influence of these higher energies into more rarefied realms. Consciousness rises, the quality of matter is elevated, and the prisoner can go free. Okay, well, we have gone over the 3 hours, so let's see if we do any more. Astrologers would do well in connection with the horoscopes of disciples, and particularly of initiates, because that's when I think the so-called fixed stars are really expressive. The solar dimension begins because man becomes a solar being at the third initiation, identified as a soul on the higher mental plane, identified as a sun on the higher mental plane, and all of these stars are really suns. So it's particularly in connection with initiates that we have to use these stars. He says, consider then the two pointers and the pole star, particularly in the lives of initiates, and I don't know why he would want to leave out Sirius and Alcyone either. But these two pointers and the pole star, where are they located? Do they touch angles of the chart? Are there any planetary conjunctions? Are there aspects? These are things that we might want to look at. They are mysteriously connected with the three aspects of incarnated man, as I have been suggesting, spirit, soul, and body, or spirit, soul, and personality. We might call personality as a whole body. That's another way of looking at body. More than this, it is not permitted to me to convey to you. I may, however, give you another hint. Okay. Are we alert? These three stars are embodiments of three aspects of divine will. Yes, they're all on the first aspect of divinity. All of that. Way up high, you know, in our local cosmic sphere, in the position where the head is, the head representing the will, they are three aspects of the divine will, and the entire Great Bear is in a way a logos, a constellation of logos, which represents the first aspect and hence the divine will. It is the three aspects of all expressions of divinity in manifestation which underlie the science of triangles. So every time we have a triangle, we have to look at which one of the points of the triangle represents what phase of divinity. This I will later elaborate. These three stars are embodiments of the three aspects of divine will. And the way we've been looking at it is that Polaris represents perhaps the will to be, the first aspect of divine will, and the Merak represents the will to synthesis, perhaps, or the will to unify, the second aspect of the divine will. And Dubhe, which is the pointer closest, representing the third aspect, the will to express or the will to create, perhaps. Much creativity is found in relation to both Aries and Leo, both really. We certainly know that many people with Leo prominent in their chart turn to the creative and expressive life, usually at this stage in the personal sense. Okay, friends, where are we so far? We're on page, let's see, we're on Esoteric Astrology Adventure 75, kind of ending with section C, and we're on page 197. So we really began the whole thing, 197, and EAA 75, thus far, from 192 to 197. So we'll just take a little break here, and I'll see whether we will go on or not. And we move on here, and essentially we're in the D section, the fourth section of Esoteric Astrology Adventure, number 75. It says, another triangle of energies also appears. Aries, Leo, and Polaris being ruled by Leo and connected with the little bear, which is the son of the great bear, which is the father, so hence the Leo aspect, as Leo rules the sun. Another triangle of energy also appears, and these, they are doubly connected through the medium of the pointers. Now let's see. Let's see if there is here anything that we might be. No, it doesn't show. So there is no diagram yet. So they are doubly connected through the medium of the pointers. Aries, Leo, Polaris. And Aries shows us a connection with the pointer furthest from the from Polaris, and Leo shows us a connection with the pointer closest to Polaris. Okay, so all we have here a double Leo connection, yes. And if we had Polaris connected as a star, a major star of direction with Sagittarius, we would have all three represented. Now we begin to speak about Scorpio. Scorpio is under the influence of the inflowing energy of Sirius, now either the sign or the constellation. Scorpio as a constellation is so immense and contains within itself this huge supergiant Antares, which is certainly a more powerful star than Sirius is, that, you know, you begin to wonder how Sirius could be considered the superior source to the constellation of Scorpio. But anyway, it could be the sign Scorpio. This is the great star of initiation. This is Sirius, because our hierarchy, an expression of the second aspect of divinity, is under the supervision or spiritual magnetic control of the hierarchy of Sirius. Now, in some respects, Sirius has been called the cosmic Christ, or it's in one scope of understanding, it is the cosmic Christ. So we have here the possibility of Sirius being a great, ultimately, second ray center. Probably in its highest monadic aspect, it belongs to the second ray, and perhaps in its personality nature as well. It's hard to say. It could belong to the second ray. It has much of the sixth ray in it because of the loyalty inherent in its symbology, just as Venus has much of the sixth ray. Matter of fact, in many ways, Venus seems to be a tiny replica of Sirius. There are certain of our planets which are most related to certain of our neighboring stars. Jupiter most related, I think, to our own sun, but Venus most related to Sirius, I would say. These are the major controlling influences whereby the cosmic Christ works upon the Christ principle in the solar system, in the planet, in man, and let's see what else. In man and in the lower forms of life expression. It is esoterically called the brilliant star of sensitivity. So we have Sirius representing an expression of the of the cosmic Christ, and working through the sign Scorpio, working through our solar system, through our planet, working through man in his fourth creative hierarchy, and thus through, again, Scorpio and Mercury, and also working into the lower forms of life expression. So this is a great, in a way, second ray source. Now, it cannot be denied that, like Venus, there is a tremendous fifth ray associated with Sirius, because it is the source of Manus to our solar God, our solar logos, just the way we can say that Venus is a source of Manus to our Earth. So Venus carries much more of the fifth ray than our Earth does, and I think Sirius carries much more of the fifth ray than our solar logos does. But we have an important line here, and within that line, Scorpio plays its part. We can also, there's also a chart in Esoteric Astrology that shows Pisces playing an important part in the conduction of the second ray from Sirius and working into the planet Uranus and through the hierarchy and so forth. There are so many different lines of energy being conducted, and they each stand on their own. A particular source or center of life or radiation can play very different roles in different lines of energy. I mean, here is Uranus, the home of electric fire. And yet, Uranus is found in this second ray line of energy, which involves Sirius, the sign Pisces, Uranus, the hierarchy, the heart center, the solar plexus, and so forth, even though Uranus has such a tremendous first ray origin. But in different lines of energy, the same kind of source can play different roles. Now, why it is so, I think the full explanation of that lies in the future, as do so many necessary elucidations. Polaris, the star of direction, is governing Shambhala, so hence the first ray nature of it. Everything from the Great Bear is on the first ray, but the 3 pointers give us 3 different aspects of the will, we have been told. Later, another pole star will take the place of Polaris, owing to the interplay of forces in the universe and the general shift and movement. Well, we're talking minimally about the wobble of the Earth's axis top-like, which completes one gyration every, 25,920 years, something of that nature, almost 26,000 years, but conventionalized as a 25,000 year gyration. But the name and the quality of this star will only be revealed at initiation. Well, the scientists seem to think they know what stars are involved with the orientation of our axis at different times along this gyration, this cone that it sweeps out. But perhaps DK has something more obscure in mind, something less visible to the side. There seem to be many gaps in the circle that is swept out by this gyration of the axis. It seems that there are times when no particular obvious star is that star towards which the axis of the Earth is oriented. And yet we would think that there must always be a pole star. So perhaps farther in space and not close to our solar system at all is a star towards which the axis of the Earth can be oriented, because he does seem to say that only at initiation, and one would presume a rather high initiation, is the name of the star revealed. And then there are many movements going on. The stars themselves are moving all the time, and we sometimes look at this as the radial motion of stars, but we're not at all sure how they are all moving relative to each other and what the name of this pole star will be. But whatever it may be, we will say that whatever its quality is will come through the point of influx of the Earth atom, and will have a tremendous influential effect, even as Polaris has had such an effect. All right, we're on page 198, continuing with the Scorpio chapter. So now he summarizes for us. Sirius is the star of sensitivity, the brilliant star of sensitivity. We are told it governs the hierarchy, and so Scorpio will naturally have a very strong connection with the spiritual hierarchy of our planet, and hence with the second ray. We'll say Scorpio will be connected with the second ray. It already distributes fourth ray force, and perhaps first ray, as it is one of the cosmic decanates, and it is associated with the first ray hero Hercules, and so the implication is clear that it has something of the first ray connected with it. Alcyone is the star of the individual. It's more connected with the third aspect, just the way the Pleiades have much of the third ray connected with them, but not to forget the fact that they are the hub of the wheel, so to speak, of our local cosmos system, and that they carry as well a strong influence of cosmic Buddhi, and thus the second ray. When we look at a particular source, we cannot say that it carries only one ray. We look at the Earth and we find that it carries all seven. It is active in the expression of all seven rays, even though by one or two or three of these rays it is best known. Thus it is for the constellations and for great stars. We cannot say only one ray is involved. So Alcyone is the star of the individual, hence in a way connected with Dubhe, or the pointer closest to the sun, closest to Polaris, ruled by Leo. And remember, Alcyone is connected with Aquarius, so naturally there'd be a connection between Alcyone and that pointer, representing the opposites, one Aquarius and the other Leo. Okay. Interesting then that Alcyone, there must be some kind of connection here between Alcyone, Aquarius, and Leo. And maybe the first pointer, the pointer closest to Polaris, is involved as well. Something here about the transition from individual ahamkaric consciousness into a greater group consciousness. But the individual, the encapsulated individual, the individual who thinks he is a separate unit and is still bewildered by that separateness is definitely connected with the third aspect, which defines under Saturn our particular boundaries and does not emphasize connectedness. So Alcyone is involved with humanity. The Pleiades are involved with humanity. The Pleiades are involved in giving manus to the 7 sacred planets, which are, of the nature of the third aspect when they are compared with the Sun, which is more in the nature of the second aspect. You can see from the above how the entire plan of this treatise is gradually unfolding. Well, I hope we can see that. It was necessary for me to indicate to you the nature and the purpose of the 3 divine centers, Shambhala, the hierarchy in humanity, the first, second, and third aspects, the center of purpose and will, the center of love and wisdom, center of manus and intelligence, before I could make this part of the teaching clear to you, or before I could point out the nature of the energies pouring from distant constellations and zodiacal signs into our planetary scheme. We always have to keep the contrast between constellations and signs in our mind. The constellations are, as it were, galaxies of stars, and the signs are more local, concentrated influences of the energies of those, as DK says, galaxies of stars. Really just the ABC. That's all that's being offered to us at this point, but at least we are being oriented in the correct direction. Scorpio is the great constellation which influences the turning point, both in the life of humanity and in the life of the individual human being. Well, that's kind of a reversal of the wheel, isn't it? And we're told how much the planet Uranus is involved in this idea of reversing the wheel. And also when we think about Polaris, this art of refacing and regathering or reacquiring that which has been lost, we have a kind of a Uranian process going on there as well. And we do know that Uranus is the highest ruler of Leo, which allows the individual, when he conceives of himself, to conceive of himself as spirit or monad. So Scorpio is the great constellation which influences the turning point, both in the life of humanity and the life of the individual human being. That turning point we can call the initial reversal of the wheel. And when I'm thinking about I'm thinking about the petals of the egoic lotus. Now, if we go backwards, we go forwards, and we start with the outermost knowledge petal. By the time we get to the central petal, we're in what we call a Leo petal. But if we go backwards, and let's see, do we have to begin with the sign Pisces, or would it be Aries? So it would be Aries, Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, Sagittarius. Yeah, we'd have to begin numbering with Pisces, and moving backwards or clockwise through the zodiac, we would come to Scorpio as ruling the love petal of the egoic lotus, where I would say the first reversal of the wheel in the life of the human being occurs. And maybe, who knows, in the egoic lotus of humanity as a whole, maybe there's also a similar reversal of the wheel. The turning point both in the life of humanity and the life of the individual human being. First time in history, that's now, these years, for the first time in history, in the history of both mankind and disciples, the energy of Sirius pouring into the 7 groups which form our planetary hierarchy evokes a response. So Sirius is like a 7-fold prismatic light, a kind of white light that has been divided into 7 parts, and Sirius animates each of the 7 ashrams, So let's put that down. Let's say the energy from Sirius animates each of the 7 ashrams. Okay, I would remind you of a basic fact in the evolutionary process, which astrology will eventually prove scientifically and past all controversy. How many centuries might it take? We do not know, but it is coming. This is the fact that energies and forces are pouring upon our system and our planetary lives ceaselessly, all the time, potently and cyclically, all the time, and with real power that may or may not be noticed, and periodically, so that not all energies are pouring forth at the same time, but they all follow their own cycle, their own rhythm in time. Yet they are only regarded today as existing when definite response is evoked. In other words, if there is no response, if there's too much insensitivity to that particular kind of energy, it's as if the source itself does not exist. They come from all kinds of sources, extraneous to our system, our solar system, and planetary schemes. But until man responds and registers them, both scientists and astrologers fail to recognize them, and they are as if they were not. Okay, so, there's so much that's beating upon us all the time about which we have taken no recognition. Because without the response, how do we know that they are there except that we may be told? This is a point to bear in mind as I continue to teach you, for I may indicate some sources of active energy which may as yet be unknown to you, and to you as playing upon our system and its contents. Well, I'm sure that is the case. When we first started reading Esoteric Astrology, however many years ago, considering the Great Bear and the Pleiades and Sirius and so forth, all as sources of energy, may not have been within our minds at all. Although we have considered, I'm sure, the zodiac as sources of energy, the zodiac of constellations. The difficulty will not be because of my inaccuracies, but will be owing to the lack of sensitivity, which initiation does produce, doesn't it? Sirius produces sensitivity. Sirius, the brilliant star of initiation, produces sensitivity, the brilliant star of sensitivity. Sirius produces, this sensitivity through the initiatory process. Okay, but will be owing to the lack of sensitivity in the mechanism of response which mankind and disciples are at present utilizing. So DK is saying, just because you don't feel it, because you cannot detect it, does not mean that it does not exist. So we have to be very cautious about this, very reserved, and take in what he says, even though we may not have experienced the impacts of these various sources. You have consequently, in connection with the path of discipleship, now he already told us something about the path of initiation in relation to Shambhala, you have the following lines of influential energies. So now he's dealing, I think, pretty much with a second ray line. Sirius working in a sevenfold manner through the 7 rays. Now, I think we can connect the entire science of the 7 rays with the Sirian energy. Connect the science of the 7 rays with Sirius. And we already know they can be connected with the Great Bear. So I do think we have different expressions of the 7 rays coming through the 3 major super constellations, which we can call Great Bear, Sirius, and Pleiades, and in a higher turn of the spiral, I would call it Great Bear, Little Bear, and Pleiades. Sirius is working in a 7-fold manner, so let us remember the 7s and the second ray when we think of Sirius, because the science of the 7 rays is particularly connected with the second ray mode of approaching truth. The science of esoteric astrology more with the third ray. So we have Sirius working in a sevenfold manner through the 7 rays and their 7 groups, the ashrams, as they constitute the active hierarchy. So let us remember, and I'll say here, let us remember the relation of Sirius to the 7 rays as a whole and to the second ray in general. Sirius, the cosmic Christ, or at least one of the cosmic Christs, and probably with a very strong second ray in relation to it, will be involved with the 7-ness. As a matter of fact, I think about this relationship, Sirius, Leo, Jupiter. And we have here definitely a second ray connection. All of these sources are considered sources of consciousness, sentiency, and of the second ray. And we have the interesting 7-ness connected with Sirius and the 7-ness connected with Jupiter, which is a planet conveying the second ray and the 7th ray. At least those two are found expressing through it, and there may be more. Okay, so we have Sirius. And then we have the fixed cross, a fusion of 4 major energies pouring into our solar system, onto the planet and through humanity. So when we are dealing with the struggles of the fixed cross, let's say, struggles of the fixed cross of the soul, we are dealing with Sirian energy behind it all. Now, of course, it's just one little star and 4 great constellations, constellation of Taurus and Leo and Scorpio and Aquarius, some of those constellations having stars immensely more powerful than Sirius. So there's a bit of a reversal here, a bit of a blind. I think we're dealing basically with the signs of the fixed cross rather than the constellations themselves being receptive to the energies of Sirius. Otherwise, we have the tail wagging the dog. Sirius is a dwarf star, unless something more is meant by Sirius, for instance, a Sirian system of stars, perhaps. But anyway, Sirius is operative as soul is emerging. So, as soul or consciousness is emerging, behind this emergence is the energy of Sirius as mediated through the fixed cross. Okay. Through the fixed cross. Oops. Well, there we go. Okay. And then we have Scorpio in particular, an aspect of the fixed cross of peculiar and specialized potency, specialized to draw forth discipleship on the path of discipleship, of peculiar and specialized potency upon the path of discipleship, and preparing through its tests and trials, with its tests and trials, the following things. So what do we have so far? We have Sirius, we have the fixed cross, and then especially Scorpio, which in a way is most emblematic of the struggles experienced upon the fixed cross. So it is preparing with its tests and trials the following. A, the process of reorientation, whereby a man mounts the fixed cross and leaves the mutable cross, and this can occur, the first initiation, where the mounting of the fixed cross occurs, and Scorpio is involved at the first initiation, just as it is involved, just as it is involved in the 2 subsequent initiations, the second and the third. So there's a process of reorientation. There are a number of reorientations. There's a reorientation that occurs earlier in the process of the fifth petal when a man becomes an aspirant. Then there's that reorientation where he leaves the mutable cross and joins the fixed cross and becomes the true disciple involved in soul culture. And then there is another confirmation of orientation, which occurs between the second and third initiations after the temptations in the desert, and the temptations are particularly connected with Scorpio. So there are three places there where I find Scorpio to be active, and of course it's active in other places too, such as at the second and at the third initiations, and maybe in a way that is quite different at the fourth initiation, which brings about the death of the causal body. It says its peculiar testing potency is no longer felt after the third initiation, but what other kind of potency may be felt? Okay, so we're dealing here with the tests and trials of Scorpio. It produces reorientation, and then the disciple for the first, second, and third initiations. After the third initiation, well, here it is. Its peculiar testing potency is no longer felt, but is some other aspect of Scorpio felt. Some power of resurrection, perhaps. Because I think we cannot say that Scorpio is not involved in the fourth initiation. After all, the fourth initiation is ruled by the fourth ray, which is the major ray to come through Scorpio, it being the sign through which more intensity of fourth ray comes now than any other sign. And then its esoteric, rather hierarchical ruler, Mercury, conveying also the fourth ray, and Mercury and Saturn together being involved at the fourth initiation. So there are so many hints about why Scorpio could also be involved at the fourth initiation, but in a different way. It's no longer testing out our relationship to the each of the three lower vehicles, respectively. Perhaps, in a way, it's testing our relationship to the entire personality. But anyway, we have to take this at face value. After the third initiation, its peculiar testing potency is no longer felt, but there is the idea of life, let's say, death unto life, the death of the lower worlds, giving way through the elixir of life, which is distilled through sacrifice and death, unto a higher form of life, passing through death. When we think about St. Paul, well, he was clearly he had passed through the third initiation, we are told by the Tibetan, but by the time his life had ended, he had made the great sacrifice, it seems, and he was a Scorpio individual. And I believe he was passing through the fourth initiation, taking maybe mastership in a subsequent life, maybe as Iamblichus, was that the name of it? Anyway, Scorpio was involved in his chart, and I believe Scorpio could see him through not only the third initiation, but in some way made possible the sacrifice at the fourth. Okay, so what are we looking at here? We are looking at Scorpio as an aspect of the fixed cross. It has a peculiar specialized potency, and it's preparing through the tests and trials for the process of reorientation. It's preparing the disciple for the first, second, and third initiation, and those are the two factors that are mentioned. Now, the next in this alignment so far of Sirius, fixed cross, and Scorpio is the hierarchy itself, and we see how intimately related Scorpio is to the spiritual hierarchy of our planet. The hierarchy, the distributing agency, presumably of Syrian force and of love wisdom, to the various kingdoms of nature. So these lines of connection are very important. We have seen here here's an earlier line of connection. The furthest, the pole star furthest from the Polaris, then Aries, then Vulcan Pluto, and then Shambhala. Okay, that's one line of connection we have studied. And now we are studying a second ray line of descent or distribution. We have Sirius working in a sevenfold manner. Always we must remember that, because these rays are not just a product of the Great Bear. We have three different aspects of the rays, and probably the will aspect of the rays comes through the Great Bear, but the love or magnetic aspect comes through Sirius, or perhaps the Little Bear, or perhaps both. And then there is the intelligence aspect of the seven rays coming through the Pleiades, presumably. Okay, so we have Sirius, the fixed cross, Scorpio, and then the hierarchy. And then we're going to have, interestingly, it continues through two planets. Is that correct? Yes, it looks like it does. Two planets, one the ruler of Scorpio, but exalted in Capricorn, and the other the ruler of Capricorn. In both of these signs, Scorpio and Capricorn, the ruler, the ordinary ruler, is the esoteric ruler as well. Mars is the esoteric ruler of Scorpio as well as the orthodox, and Saturn is the esoteric ruler of Capricorn as well as the orthodox. Mars and Saturn, both these planets are exceedingly potent in relation, in connection with initiation into the life of the hierarchy, and presumably both the signs are as well. Notice that these are, interestingly, from the human personality angle, called malefic planets, meaning they give you a hard time in the personality sense. But they do open the door into hierarchy, strongly connected with initiation into the life of the hierarchy. Those initiations are ruled by different rays, but all through those, the expression of those rays, 7th for the first, 6th for the second, 5th for the third, and 4th for the fourth, Mars and Saturn are involved. Mars is potent in relation to Scorpio, and Saturn in relation to Capricorn, obviously, as the rulers. This involves the intensified activity of the 6th and 3rd rays and their energies. 6th and 3rd rays and the energies of the rays. Interestingly, rays apparently are not just a monolithic source, but they have energies connected to them. So there are a number of energies contained within any ray, it seems to imply. And when these are rightly employed, there comes liberation from form control and the release of the conscious individual. Well, there's so much connected with the dense physical vehicle and the astral body, which seem to hold man into the lower worlds and into the world of form. And when the 6th ray connected with the astral body and the 3rd ray connected with the dense physical are properly released, properly oriented, properly utilized, then comes release from those spheres. It's rather interesting now, isn't it? There's a correlation that the majority of people in the world today have either 6th ray personalities or 3rd ray personalities. This is what the Tibetan tells us. These two rays do cause a lot of difficulty and confinement. They must be liberated into the soul aspect. Okay, so Mars and Saturn, implicating and drawing in both Scorpio and Capricorn, are very active in the process of initiation into the life of the hierarchy. So we have to see what type of battles, what type of karmic facing we have when we look at our charts in connection with these two planets, because if we handle them rightly, we can, the door into hierarchy can be more rapidly open. Okay. Again, astrologers would do well to work with this line of fused forces, studying its implications and effect upon the life of the disciple. So, well, okay, I think we can see how we might be able to do that. You know, we look at the position of Sirius and understand what it means in terms of initiation. we would look at the positioning of the fixed cross and where its rulers might be and their relationship with each other. We'd look particularly at Scorpio for, which we say, its power to reorient us wherever Scorpio may be found. Let's take a look here what it says. A peculiar and specialized potency on the path of discipleship. But it did say something about reorientation a little bit earlier. Yes, the process of reorientation, here it is, and testing us at the first three initiations. And thus we would be preparing for those initiations through the Scorpio energy. Then we would consider our relationship to hierarchy as a soul. And finally, we would consider the positions of Mars and Saturn and how, rightly used, we could tread the burning ground and we could fulfill our karma and thus open the door more widely into hierarchy. So we would do well to consider this line of fused forces, especially this secondary line, which has so much to do with the soul, which is, after all, our objective, the broadening of soul consciousness. This is our objective. As for the other line, which is more shambolic in nature, I guess it can come later. Here we are on page 200. We have Aquarius relating humanity to the Pleiades, and therefore to Taurus in an unusual manner, because really, if we look through the constellation Taurus, we find the Pleiades central within it, although much farther away. Then, therefore, it is considered that the Pleiades are Pleiades are within the constellation Taurus. So Aquarius relates humanity to the Pleiades, and therefore to Taurus. And you kind of wonder again about the central spiritual sun. And you find as well at the time of Wesak that the Pleiades should be considered. So we have kind of a Pleiades-Taurus Shambhala alignment at that time. So Aquarius relates humanity to the Pleiades and therefore to Taurus in an unusual manner. He's not going to elaborate on this too much. The key to the relation is to be found in the words desire, which is Taurian in nature, leading through the transmutative processes of life experience to aspiration, which is a key Taurian factor, especially in the later stages of evolution, and finally, the relinquishing of desire in Scorpio. So desire in Taurus leads towards Scorpio and its transmutative potency under Uranus, which is the exalted planet in Scorpio. So whenever you see transmutation or transmutative, Uranus is involved. And this aspiration, Taurian aspiration, leads finally to the giving up of desire, relinquishing of desire in Scorpio. That's an important way of relating these two. Aquarius, Alcyone, and humanity constitute a most interesting triangle of force. Yes, so Aquarius, here being related in a way to the lowest of the creative hierarchies, which in a way is a prison for the human consciousness. Aquarius, Alcyone, and humanity. There is an individualism in this triangle. Normally you might think it could be Leo, Alcyone, and humanity, but no, it's Aquarius. A most interesting triangle of force. Alcyone is one of the seven Pleiades, the central one, in a way the most potent of the Pleiades, I think, in a first-rate sense, and is called the star of the individual. It gives the human being under Ahamkara the sense of its uniqueness, of being one of a kind, of being separate as well. And sometimes the star of intelligence. In a way, the Pleiades as a whole have given Manus to the heavenly men and are associated with the third aspect of intelligence. The question is, which are the highest rays of the Pleiades. Certainly third ray is involved, second ray for cosmic Buddhi is involved, is the first ray involved, as it is the hub of our local cosmic wheel. Okay, so Aquarius, Alcyone, and humanity constitute a most interesting triangle of force, and I suppose one that is going to come somewhat into potency now as a tremendous intelligence overtakes humanity, given the fifth ray expressed through Aquarius. So during the Aquarian age, this triangle may come in prominently and help with the transition of humanity away from individualism into some of the greater service potentials of Aquarius and into the group consciousness, which Aquarius also suggests, not just individualism. There seems to be a possibility of progression here. Okay, the star of the individual, Alcyone, and sometimes called the star of intelligence, it was potently active during the previous solar system, wherein the third person of the Trinity was peculiarly omnipotent and active. Now remember, we studied Virgo in relation to the Holy Spirit, Virgo and the Holy Spirit, and the four mutable signs related to the previous solar system. So we have to bring Virgo in relation to the Pleiades here, and also in relation to Alcyone. We're dealing with the material aspect. Sometimes Virgo represents the woman in the Sphinx and therefore the soul. Sometimes Virgo represents the material aspect, and Leo represents the soul nature. Okay, so Alcyone, and even Sirius, we are told, was potently active during the previous solar system, wherein the third person of the Trinity was peculiarly omnipotent and active. This was the solar system of the Holy Spirit. Now remember that Cancer, which is connected with the Pleiades, definitely, and Virgo also connected with the Pleiades, were the two major signs ruling the first and second part, respectively, of the previous solar system. Both of them connected with the third aspect of divinity, but the interesting thing about Virgo is that it offers the possibility of transition from the third aspect of divinity into the second. And its rays, which were more on the intelligence aspect, and perhaps the seventh ray in the previous solar system, have now transitioned to the second and third, showing Virgo, the ruler of the second part of the last solar system, to be a bridge towards the themes of our present second ray solar system. Okay, so it was potently active during the previous solar system, wherein the third person of the Trinity was peculiarly omnipotent and active, even active now in the manipulation of forces in our second solar system related to the previous solar system. Just as today, the cosmic Christ, and we might call that Sirius or even Orion, the second person of the Trinity, is peculiarly active in this solar system. So what could it be? Could that be Orion, considered as a great constellation representing the cosmic Christ? Could it be Sirius, even though Sirius was very active in its monastic sense in relation to the previous monastic solar system? Anyway, the Holy Spirit, third person active in the previous solar system, and now Sirius and the fixed cross in the second person of the Trinity being peculiarly active in this solar system. This is a solar system in which our solar logos becomes more than a cosmic personality. He becomes a cosmic soul, and has already taken the first and second cosmic initiations, and is destined to take the third, which will make of him, let's say, more of a sacred solar logos. The energies coming from Alcyone impregnated the substance of the universe with the quality of mind. Now, by universe, I think we mean a lesser interpretation of it here. We mean the system of our solar logos. The energies coming from Alcyone impregnated the substance of the universe with the quality of mind, because it is, after all, a star of intelligence, and all the Pleiades are related to the third ray. Not only the third ray, but definitely the third ray. As a consequence of this most ancient activity. Probably ancient in relation to our solar system. The same force was present at the time of individualization in this solar system, individualization of man, presumably, for it is in this system, and primarily upon our planet the Earth, that the major results of that early activity have made themselves felt. So this is important material. He is relating this kind of Holy Spirit activity, which we can consider to be phohatic, and which operated in relation to the earlier phases of our solar system. We're relating those activities to the individualization process on Earth. So those early activities had their major expression in relation to our planet, where a special kind of individualization occurred. It's much deeper than that, and I wish I could go into it, and one day maybe I will be able to. Two of our planets, the Earth, non-sacred, and Uranus, sacred, are directly the product of this third ray activity. We know that the monadic ray of Uranus is the first and the soul ray is the seventh, but perhaps Uranus is associated very much with the intelligence aspect. Perhaps the third ray is his personality ray, just as for the Earth, the third ray is his personality ray. And when we really look at that, we would see quite an astonishing connection between the rays of Uranus and the rays of the Earth, having the same monadic ray and perhaps the same personality ray as well. So third ray activity, at least outwardly, is associated with the Earth and with Uranus. Now there we, I think, are able to tie in some third ray connection to Aquarius, which is a sign of constant movement and mutation, suggesting the third ray, and Uranus is its ruler. We're talking about the intelligence aspect now. Two of our planets, the Earth, non-sacred, and Uranus, sacred, are directly the product of this third ray activity, a kind of activity which it seemed that Alcyone set into motion in the early days of our universe or solar system. This is of great importance to remember. I would also ask you to link this thought with the teaching that through the divine center of intelligent activity, which we call humanity, humanity being a kind of throat center in our planetary system, the system of our planetary scheme, and hence much associated with the third ray, the fourth kingdom in nature will eventually act as the mediating principle to all the three lower kingdoms. Humanity stands on top of the three lower kingdoms. It has the harmonizing Buddhic principle, which is to flow through it, but it is a center of intelligence. So Buddhi and Manas will be combined in humanity. It's an intelligence center which will be motivated by the bridging and harmonizing power of the intuition. All right. Maybe I can finish just a tiny bit more. I will. Okay. Humanity is the divine messenger. There's Mercury for you, and Mercury is most associated with humanity, with the fourth grade of hierarchy. Humanity is the divine messenger to the world of form. It is essentially Mercury bringing light and life to other divine manifestations, and of this, all divine world saviors are the eternal symbol, because the world saviors come in under Buddhi, and they are bringing the harmonizing love, wisdom, power to the lower world. So humanity eventually is to become a world savior. Right now, its rays are the fourth and the fifth. I believe the fourth ray soul, the fifth ray personality, but eventually the rays of humanity will be the same as the rays of the mutable cross, orthodoxly considered, the second and the fourth ray. The second ray soul of humanity and the fourth ray personality. And still the destroying power of humanity is there. So this is the end, Esoteric Astrology Adventure, number 75. And we have gone, essentially, let's see how we go here. We've gone from page 172 up to, 192. up to page 200, where we are now. And this is the end of section D. All right, friends, this is a 4-hour program. Hope it will reduce down into a level that can be properly transmitted. We will continue when next I can do this with Esoteric Astrology Adventure number 75, continuing with Scorpio. So for the time being, I bid you farewell. We are considering deep matters and the kinds of thoughts which occur to us as we read what the Tibetan has said. So I think we can end with the great invocation, I do believe. Okay, from the point of light. Yes, we can. So let's do that. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men. Let light descend on earth. From the point of love within the heart of God, let love stream forth into the hearts of men. May Christ return to earth. From the center where the will of God is known, let purpose guide the little wills of men, the purpose which the masters know and serve. From the center which we call the race of men, let the plan of love and light work out, and may it seal the door where evil dwells. Let light and love and power restore the plan on earth. Oh. 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 Okay, we will continue with Esoteric Astrology Adventure number 76, continuing with Scorpio. And we'll see you then. Hopefully we can bring some clarity to these interesting interconnections which are operative, whether recognized or unrecognized, in the lives of all of us. See you then.